We've played in a few Imperial Diplomacy Blitz games before, as you may have seen on the channel. Every single one of those games had a commentary team. One of the commentaries was unfortunately lost, but the others are uploaded to the Imperial Diplomacy channel. Now, I haven't been on that commentary team before, but this weekend there was another Blitz game, and Ezio was away at the World Championship, so I figured rather than playing, this might be a good time for me to hop on and get to know live commentary for Imperial Blitz. It's a bit different to the normal Imperial commentary, just because we go over the entire board, so it's much more in detail, and that's also a bit more in detail than you would see in like our analysis of my games or Ezio's games, since we tend to focus on our specific countries. So it's very, very in-depth. I hope that appeals to you. Now, the first half of it will be here on this channel. The second half I dropped out for. I was only there for the first 4.5 hours-ish. So that will be over on the Imperial Diplomacy channel, recorded by Sportsballs. Now, I had a few issues with the audio here. I wasn't actually expecting to be the one recording, so I had to set things up quite quickly, which means my audio is a bit lower than everyone else's. Hopefully, it's still reasonable to watch. Apologies for that. Alright, without further ado, I'll let myself introduce us. Alright, I think we are good. So, hello and welcome everyone. I am CaptainMeme. I'm best known as a League of Legends player, but today I'm going to be commentating some diplomacy for you. I am here with Downpour. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yes, hello. I am Downpour, but sports, because this is sports.
Yep, that seems accurate. We are all sports characters because two of our commentators begin their names with the word sports, so we thought, it would be funny if we all do, and then neither of them showed up. So the joke doesn't work quite as well, but hopefully they'll be coming in a bit later during this commentary. Alright, let me just get the stream up.
You just need to think about us as sports commentators.
Precisely. Alright, I think that should work. So right now we have no moves. We are just looking at the map. And we will do that for a little while. So it will be familiar to anyone who has watched Diplostrat's content before. I'm really interested to see how this map plays out, because I have not seen any games on this map yet, with the Siberian Tundra up here, and with Guarani down here, the new nation. Is there anything you'll be looking out for in particular?
So I haven't seen too much of this West Africa development. I know that it was this way during the previous B1 games, but to be honest, I didn't see too much of that earlier, so I'm very curious what will come out of Mali not being in existence.
Yeah, I have experienced a little bit of this, but not in the most modern iteration, right? I played in in the last game I played, we played on the map just before this one, which still had Mali removed, and I was France there, so this this area got very interesting indeed. I kind of love how much of a Thunderdome it is.
Yeah.
I'm also super curious to see if Ottomans will get properly involved, because like that seems to be a bit of a coin flip in these games, whether Ottomans actually commits hard into this area or not. And I know Flare really likes them doing so, which is why he's put this pre-core in Timbuktu to try and get them to go this way. But obviously Ottomans quite often see this and go, oh, you know, I need to keep the Spanish out of Tangier to have any chance of controlling the Mediterranean, so I need to go this way. So yeah, we'll see whether they get involved or whether it will just be a 5-person Thunderdome down here. Why am I already?
To be honest, I love the idea of adding the sixth person in, just make Mali the most chaotic territory ever, being bordered by Ulada, Timbuktu, not even going to try to pronounce that one, and Niani.
Yeah, I should probably zoom in a little bit on these names. Oh god, I'm just realizing Sportsballs is going to be recording the second half of this game. I won't be here for that part of the commentary. I've started recording in 1440p, so it's going to be fun trying to combine those videos. Well. Alright, the other big changes that we saw, I think this was present in the last Blitz game. I don't actually know because Ezio was handling this area, but St. Martin is now Dutch, so there's a Dutch presence here, there's a French presence here, and then England has a lot of power in the Caribbean. They have 4 different fleets. So when I was looking at this area first, I was like, England is always going to dominate here, right? But actually, in the last Blitz game, we didn't see that happen. So it might be a case of them being so powerful that everyone just sees the need to deal with them. And also, I guess Bermuda isn't always coming this way. It's probably going that way to start or something, or it could be going up into Brasilid.
Yeah, not to mention, Spain would definitely prefer England to not have a heavy Caribbean presence because that would typically mean England would look towards Spain next. So you will also sometimes see the backlash from Spain to maybe try to grab Havana, Baracoa, Jamaica, those kinds of things. And thus, unless Spain and England have a really good alliance going, I typically see some tension being involved over those 3 islands.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely agree. Like, Spain is going to be England's main competitor in this region. It's going to be very interesting to see if they manage to work something out or if they go to war. I have just noticed people don't have, or at least I don't have permission to type in the commentary booth chat. If there's an angel in chat, could we... could we maybe get that sorted? Or are you just having people type in popcorn throwers? Right. Hold for technical difficulties. Uh-oh. It seems like everyone's still here, so I'll go on talking until we get kicked out. If we get kicked out. Something I've noticed quite a lot in these Blitz games is that the colonial who doesn't commit against another colonial for a very long time, or doesn't get committed against, right? The colonial who manages to keep the friendliest relations with the other colonials is the one who's going to do best in the long term. So I think as either Spain or England here, I would try and negotiate something that doesn't involve me committing against them. We'll see whether that works for them. That I feel like in long form games, that's a bit too slow. Like, you can't just go, I'm gonna stay aligned with all of the other colonials. But in Blitz, people don't have the time to think through everything. We'll just think, okay, this is the person I'm at war with, I'm gonna go and hit them, and then if you can keep out of the spotlight, you can just keep picking up things here and there, and keep growing without anyone getting annoyed.
Right, and I think that's really the main thing is just stay out of the spotlight. Let other people take up all the heat while you work from the back lines. But I mean, sometimes you really want that snowball if it's possible, and in Blitz, it's not really as effective sometimes because people are way more likely to coalition the top person. Um, when in long form diplomacy, I've seen that you can typically talk them out of it, oddly enough.
That's a super interesting take, because I've found it's actually... I mean, okay, in the last Blitz game we did manage to get a massive coalition going against the board leader, but that was primarily because that coalition happened over the break, right? When people had time to think. We weren't negotiating over the break, but they had time to, like, reevaluate the board and go, oh, Spain is gonna win this thing. I think it's kind of difficult to get a lot of people on board with a coalition when you're having to do that in such a short amount of time. But I guess if someone is very far ahead, then yeah, people will go, I need to deal with them. And you don't have time to talk them out of it, right?
Right. I mean, I was just thinking that let's say you are theoretically that top person. If you, if every, if a lot of people are talking behind your back, trying to get them to go against you, there's probably 5, 6 people doing that, forming this kind of echo chamber, but you are the only one person trying to stop them. So in my mind, you just don't have the time to talk to all of them, willing to help all of them at once. But I mean, it's definitely changing game per game, so maybe I'm wrong. Let's hope so because I want an interesting game on our hands.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure we'll have an interesting game no matter what. But
Mhm,
it's yeah, it's always interesting to see as well how much people value taking down the leader in Blitz, right? Because
mhm,
you know they're not going to get to that solo limit, right? It's people have been close a couple of times, but no
mhm,
one's quite gotten there. So people are not that worried about an impunity happening. Uh,
mhm.
so I think they're a lot more likely to focus on their own growth rather than try and drag other people down, unless they get growth out of doing that, right? Um,
Yeah,
all
yeah,
right.
that makes sense.
Yeah, just having a look around this map to see if I can spot any of the other changes. I mean, Flare explained all the changes to me in quite a long video that I really should remember more of, but I think I remember that North America didn't change at all. This got a lot more supply centers, right? This is going to be super interesting to see. I'm curious, do you have any thoughts on how you think this might play out in South America now?
I mean, Guarani is so new, it'll definitely lead to some interesting interactions. But one thing that I really did love is the Charrua, the southernmost Guarani fleet. That has some very interesting options. In a few games, I've seen it even hold, oddly enough, even when you could literally go after probably five different supply centers within the first year, just because is afraid that you're going to move into one of the two spots. And I don't actually think it's the dumbest thing ever holding in the spring, as long as you have a good relation going with Mapuche, because they could want to go to Islas Malvinas just to not let you go there. So if they're willing to give up Buenos Aires in exchange, it's interesting.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think basically if you can convince Mapuche to go this way or this way, I mean, presumably this way because this one probably takes Tel Aviv. I just want to make sure you can see the cursor on the stream, right? When I'm pointing at
Um,
stuff.
yes,
Okay.
it is small, but yeah.
Okay, well, at least it's there. But yeah, you want to convince them to go here. Ideally, Buenos Aires is
Mhm,
basically a center that you go. I I'm okay taking this or I'm okay taking that. We just need to decide between us which one of these two we want to take each. I think, and this one does make more sense for Guarani to get because I think Mapuche generally wants to be more sea focused.
mhm.
Interestingly enough, like someone pointed this out in the Discord, in the ImpDip Discord this morning. I found it super interesting. Mapuche has this change right here, joining up South Pacific to South Atlantic. Now means that Mapuche can get fleets into the South Atlantic faster by building them in Chiloe than by building them into Tayushan. I'm interested to see if people will notice that, right?
That is hilarious.
Uh, yes, and also now we're down to just 3 slots in the South Pacific Ocean, so this will be. I mean, it'll be interesting to see if this is heavily contested. It's also not as important anymore, right? It doesn't border a lot of the important provinces up in the north that it used to. And over here, again, it's like only on Wurruk as a supply center. So there's very little reason for a lot of fleet presence here, which is probably why they reduced the number of provinces here. But hey, if it ends up being a fight, then it'll be interesting to see whether the the reduced number of provinces helps anyone out or not.
Mhm. Right. I mean, it makes sense. Before it was connected with South Atlantic, but now that it is, I can totally see some stray South Atlantic fleets going into the South Pacific, maybe even just to contest Portugal down there. For example, if England wanted to go to, or I guess England wouldn't make sense because they would go straight to Portugal, but maybe Dutch after they eliminated Portugal in South America. There is some thought to help themselves from the east as well as attacking from the west for Portugal, Indonesia.
Oh, I see. Right. Coming in this way and contesting Danny slash whatever this province is. It's like,
Mhm.
I don't know why they changed this to this. I think I can pronounce the previous name. I definitely can't pronounce this one. Um, but yeah, so I think that could make sense. It's a lot of commitment, right, to send fleets that far around. But then again, I mean, it's not as much of a commitment as it used to be, exactly because of this border. We've got Moristad can go one, two, and then it's three spaces away from Australia. That's a lot closer than I was thinking.
Yeah, I mean, ironically, if the Dutch get a fleet in Flores, it is just barely farther from Marstad to Wartik than it is from Flores to Wartik. Um, or I guess Corsi does border both of them, but I mean, same goes for Batavia over there. You know, they're literally the same distance apart, Marstad and Batavia from Wartik. So this I can totally see some interesting stuff going on there if the Dutch also see this. And speaking of the Dutch, I kind of want to speak about them as players, but we can still continue talking about the map if you have more things to point out.
No, no, no. Go ahead. Talk about the players.
Okay, so for the players, we have a very loaded lineup for the Netherlands. It is King of Prussia and Damien, or Damien Reeve. So this is going to be one of the stronger Netherlands we've seen in a while. So hopefully we can get a really good Dutch game going.
Yeah, I'm very, very interested to see how they perform. Of course, they were arch nemesis basically in the last game they played together. I think it was the last game they played together. They might have, they've probably been in more since, but like the A2 Asta, those two were at each other's throats for the entire thing. I'm very hyped to see what they can do when they're with each other rather than against. They're not the only like really stacked colonial, right? I mean, we've got quite a
Yeah.
few here, but the one I want to point out is Salt Mode, right? The Flare and Salt together
Oh.
in England. Any thoughts on
Mhm.
them?
Yeah, I mean, England is a very precarious power. Definitely relies upon your relationship with France more than anything because you border them almost everywhere. And if you're able to get a really good relationship with them going, it is very easy to just to to get a, duo impunity for the rest of the game. But you have to be careful how much you give trust because there's some easy stabs right there. And as you said, the salt mode duo, that's it's going to be a very interesting one because you have the most stabby player with Flare. To be honest, I don't know too much about Flare's playstyle, but I can only say that it will be interesting.
Yeah, see, I don't. I know a bit about Flair's playstyle, having played with him before, but I don't know how he'll adapt it to be with Salt, because he's a very different player from Salt, right? The last time I played against him, he stuck with his Salt mode alliance for basically the entire game. And Salt does do that sometimes, but Salt can be a little less alliance focused at times.
Mhm.
He also, which one is in which area? Have they renamed themselves?
Um,
Salt is in
I mean, I
America.
can look through the
Okay,
void.
yeah. So Salt will be here in America, North America, and the Caribbean, and Flair is playing in Old England and Africa and wherever else they have a colony, India. Uh, so yeah, I wonder if other people are going to pick zones according to being away from Salt.
Looking at France, they sent Xylond to Old France and but Basel to it says other. So Yeah.
Okay.
So we will definitely see Basil being uh with France or bleh, with Spain there. Wow, I cannot speak. We will see Basil being with Salt there, so we can definitely see some interesting interaction interactions. My God, my brain is not working.
It's alright. Oh, Samantha, the chat I'm talking about is the internal commentary booth chat. So if you click open chat here, there's like a chat inside the commentary booth. I'm not allowed to post there, which I guess I wouldn't be posting there anyway because I'm talking, but I assume that spectators might want to as we go along. Otherwise, you can just use the Popcorn Throwers channel, which I think everyone should be able to post in. Oh, I can.
Wonderful, we have access now.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So, other people. I think there's a few names I don't recognize here. I mean, they're. I do vaguely recognize them, but I don't think I've played with them. I know Third Monkey was in the last Blitz game. He's playing as the Ottomans this time around. Last time he was Ming, so I just didn't get to interact with him at all. But I checked out his retrospective commentary afterwards. But yeah, here he's going to be Ottomans, and Ottomans are they are a colonial power this time, so they get played with a duo partner. That has not been the case through previous iterations of Blitz. I don't know how they're going to divide this up. I assume it might be like Africa and then Middle East / Europe as another one. How would you do it if you had to?
Dude, I don't know. I just realized slightly before you did about the Ottoman duo. I was not expecting that, but I mean, I guess there's also the argument for Mediterranean adjacent and non-Mediterranean adjacent. So you have your one person go into against Safavids and then into Saudi Arabia and the armies in Africa, and then you have another person focus on Europe and maybe the Mediterranean. I think that seems like it could work.
Yeah, I think that's a solid way to do it. It's just interesting because there isn't as clear cut of a line as any of the other colonials, right? You can't say I'm in this area, you're in that area, because ultimately you might need that unit in either zone, depending on which way things are going or how press goes. We have a
Right.
comment here. What are your thoughts on the new Russia? It's a very different Russia, right?
Mm.
Do you have anything that you would
Oh
want
yeah.
to say to start?
I mean, I love the addition of the Siberian tundra. Or at least in most of the games that I've played, I've seen Russia have a very difficult time coordinating their eastern front and their western front. To them, it was almost as if it were two different sides. But with the Siberian tundra, I think you can way more easily go between them, and I think that'll be a massive help. I know I played Ming in the last Blitz game, so having that Russia who is actually able to deal with the Qing is going to be very helpful for Ming, and it's probably going to annoy the Qing a little bit, in all honesty, unless the Qing get massive and push into this tundra, which is very unlikely unless Russia makes some mistakes.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. So, the Tundra absolutely does improve speed going across here quite a lot, right? I've played Russia, well, I'm currently playing Russia in the Ice Cream Invitational, therefore I am a Russia expert. Please don't look at how that game is going right now. But generally speaking, if you wanted to get your armies from one side to the other, the only reasonable way to do it would be to go via convoy over the top, because it just takes so long to walk across here. Now it's a little more feasible. I don't know if it's all that feasible. If you have something on the European front, it's probably never going to get to Qing, but it can at
Mhm.
least, like, stuff you build in Verkot to Rai can at least go in either direction reasonably, right? Um,
Mhm.
I'm not sure about them interacting with Qing all that much. I think the way that they've been changed here actually disincentivizes them from attacking Qing in any way. Because you'll want to
Really?
take Yakutsk, probably, And it feels quite natural to go for Karakorum as well. But
Mhm.
realistically, if someone else gets into the Siberian tundra, you are gonna die. Because you've got a center here and a center here connected to that. They can also just go over the top and suddenly threaten three of your natural centers on this side. You need to defend this, and in order to defend this, you kind of have to set your lineup here. Which means that if you're off defending this area against Qing, and you're focused on Europe, which you probably want to be because that's where most of your units are, you're not going to have the units to set up a solid line here, right? So I
Right.
think these units are actually going to need to be focused this way a little bit more. As mentioned, you probably do want to take Yakutsk anyway, but I think getting too
Mhm.
committed against Qing is a trap in this version. I'm saying that without any experience yet, so we will see whether that's true or not as we go
I
along.
mean,
Uh,
I mean, it sounds super logical. I mean, it definitely makes sense. You really want a unit in Zysarm so that you can defend Turkestan without letting them into Siberian tundra. And yeah, I mean, as you were saying, it seems rather difficult to engage upon Qing year two unless you are really committing to it. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could go Brask to Bertiati to maybe double Ikuri, but I mean they just spawn a unit in Chikahar and yeah, just support it. So you would have to be delving in with a lot of units to try to make any chance happen there. But from Qing's perspective, where are they going to go with their armies? You know, are they going to go up against Ming or Russia? I don't really see a good avenue for them against Inuit with the new Inuit changes. So, mm,
yeah, I'm very interested to see that too. This little sea tile here that blocks Ikari
mhm,
from Bretsk makes either of these two powers committing against the other a really it's quite a slog of a fight. And yeah,
mhm,
apparently Spring '01 has occurred while we've been talking, so I will get that map up right now. Instead of talking about
yeah,
theoretical moves, we can talk about the actual ones. Where on the map do you want to
yeah.
start?
Hmm. I'm feeling like South America. Let's see this new Guarani and how it shapes up.
Yeah, so, well, they did not hold in the first year, and in fact, they bounced, but I assume this is going to be an arranged bounce here, just to say, okay,
Again,
you can get Huarapi, and I can get Quam, and then, we keep each other, we stay safe for the first year, right? Um,
mhm,
this going into Buenos Aires in the first turn is interesting. I guess they didn't think
yeah.
through what you were saying about potentially holding it to make people happier.
Mhm, mhm. I mean, it is one of the very weird circumstances where it does make some sense, but I mean, yeah, the Mapuche will probably be a little bit upset unless it was coordinated, but yeah, it would be a one center stab, and I really doubt Gorani would be able to hold on to it, especially since Mapuche just builds in Chucapel instantly and would have their army in Tehuelche, so they could just easily double the Guarani fleet out. So I guess it doesn't make a ton of sense for Guarani to try to take it besides just pointlessly pissing off Mapuche, but yeah, I mean, still something that I wouldn't love to see from the Mapuche side.
Yeah, if they do slip into this province in '01,
Mhm,
it's going to be an interesting commitment from them. I think I could see it being more likely if this province, Minuane, was connected to Buenos Aires, right? So if they could
mhm,
slip an army in to follow it up and have something to support that, but it doesn't. Chana
right.
is in the way, so you don't get the extra dot from doing it. You just deny Mapuche one. Um,
Mhm,
Sometimes people do YOLO strats though in Blitz, so we'll see whether that happens. A move I noticed that I actually really love is this Tukapel to Kowetskar. I
Yeah.
saw this to start and I thought, why the hell would you want to do this? This seems, I mean, you might as well take this one, right? but it actually sets up for a convoy if you want to. You can get it to
Mhm.
Australia even, or somewhere on this side of the map. And of course, it's no commitment, right? Because you can still
Right.
just go to Tahuchi if you want to.
Mhm.
So, yeah.
Yeah. I, I love that flexibility there. I mean, initially when I first looked at it, I was like, "Ooh, yay, you're coloring in South Africa. Congrats." I mean, South America, congrats. But yeah, there is some strategic value to it too, but I don't know just how much you would prefer having a army in Australia. But yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Army Australia can be a lot more powerful than people think it is, just because it means that you can't very easily get knocked out of Australia again. Because if anyone,
Mhm.
so like it kind of locks Portugal into having to work with you. Because if Portugal comes for you, you've got an army here, and they dislodge that army. You go into Outback and you
Mhm.
make their life hell for the rest of the game, right? Because they will never get that
Right.
army out of there as long as you live. So, I can see the benefit to it. In this situation, I would never do it because if you're doing that, you're going to give up a dot. And in the case where Guarani has come into Buenos Aires and could potentially slip in here, you need to make sure you have those dots. And you need to make sure you
Mhm.
have the army still here to knock them out if they do go that way, right? Um,
Right.
but, I mean, it could happen.
I mean, it is a Blitz game after all, and I love seeing these interesting strategies in Blitz. So I'm hoping to see it just so that I could see something different, see something interesting.
Yeah, it would be fun to see. Alright, let's pan north a little bit. We're seeing Portugal
Mhm.
just go inland, so it looks like Portugal and Netherlands have worked stuff out between them. I'm saying
Mhm.
that before we've seen their other regions, but I think it's probably the case. Uh, I,
Yeah.
Aymara going into Quechua is interesting. I'm not sure Spain will love that, because I would have assumed you would try and get this as a DMZ as Spain.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, definitely very interesting. Looking at it, Amazon are probably going for Japura or the Dutch are probably going for Japura and Amazon because their Marstad fleet is going for Bellum. So that means that Spain literally has nothing else to do besides either defend Lima or go for Madurai, which Imara is basically saying, hey, I'm either going for that or I'm attacking Lima. So Spain is in a very uncomfortable position here because their their only solution at this point is either bounce Amara potentially in Madurai or get bounced in Lima or just lose the Lima center altogether. So I am not gonna be too happy if I were Spain here.
Yeah, I guess the one benefit, of course, Xura didn't go to the Gulf of Guayaquil, so if you. So I guess they're not doing a true attack against. Like, Aymara didn't do that, so they're not doing a true attack against Spain. But at the same time, I would have just asked them, please go to Pano Mia so you can go for 1, 2, 3, right? As your dots.
Mhm.
And it looks like Aymara here, if they were friends with Spain, they're going for those same 3 dots anyway, right? So why not,
Yeah.
well, 4 dots including this one, but why not do it the way that's friendlier to the Spanish if you are actually aligned with them?
Mhm.
uh, yeah, we'll see how that plays out.
Right.
Okay, panning up to the Caribbean here. Anything you notice off the bat?
Um, Nothing super out of the ordinary. I mean, I do know I love this Mona Passage move super early because of the same flexibility we discussed all the way down in Argentina, but I do know that it's not as common as you would think. Like, at least in my game, both England and the Dutch weren't too happy with me moving there.
Yeah, it gives you flexibility, but unlike this move down here, which isn't going to annoy anyone, right? It's not going towards anyone. If you go here,
Mhm.
both England probably wants Guadalupe, the Dutch probably want Puerto Rico. You're going there, you're saying, I want some agency in who gets what over here. And even if you don't use that agency, even if you just go back to St. Domingo, these two powers are not going to be happy with the fact that you're threatening to have that agency there, right? So it might be a situation where that flexibility costs more than it saves, but it does depend on whether, say, I mentioned at the start, right? England looks super powerful in this theatre. If the Dutch and the French work that out together and go, okay, we need to kill England straight away, then this is an amazing move. You can force Guadalupe and just get into position around Antigua. Although I don't know that that's better than just taking two centers, like one each. Now that I'm looking at
Right, right. I mean, it's just all options, and that's the wonderful thing is it may not be ideal in most settings, but it only needs to be ideal in one setting. And if the England-France alliance, or not even alliance, if their relations broke down instantly and you were just going hard into each other, then going for the year one Guadalupe would be very interesting, and I would love to see it.
Yeah. Alright, so I am going to speed things up just a little bit here because I realize we've got, 10 minutes until the next phase? So we used up half our time when we commentated South America. God, we're doing Diplo strats timing at the moment. Alright.
No worries.
Yeah. It looks like everyone's pretty friendly with each other here, right? We've got general DMZs in this area, no one breaking anything. Inuit going north, and then taking their naturals. The French and the English, this looks like it would be an arranged bounce here. And then Vilmarie will go into Seneca on the next turn, right?
Right.
And then I guess, we've got the English taking St. Anthony's. I mean, you always want to consolidate these centres as the English because it's really bloody difficult to knock you out of there if you do get two fleets into these two provinces. Is there anything that stands out to you particularly here?
No, as you were saying, everyone is just content with being happy with each other. Let's see that breakdown next year.
Here's the hoping, yeah. We have two powers going into the North Atlantic. They are presumably both going to target Brattolid, so they're going to have to negotiate that between them. We've got the Greenland changes, right? But I don't think that's going to impact anything in this first year. Inuit will just take Goddab, which is what they usually do anyway.
Yeah. So let's go over to Europe now. Unless you have more to talk about. Let's start off with the Sarajevo Core, the year one, or the year one Spring Core. That is something.
Love to see it. It's very much sending a message saying, I'm deliberately not moving this, commentators. It's not a mistake.
Yeah, and then we also have the Innsbruck Hold, which hopefully it is them just forgetting about it because Innsbruck would love to go to Freiburg or something, or anything, but instead it's just sitting there. And I can only imagine the horrific things France is planning with that. But, I mean, Pressburg going down to Trieste. We may be seeing a heavy Austrian push west here because I can totally see Pressburg going to Venice, Innsbruck being supported into Freiburg, and just a heavy western push against France.
Yeah, it's absolutely possible. I also think this might be... I mean, obviously the preference would be going into Venice and Rome to get the two dots if Spain has agreed to do that, which they probably have. But you notice the Ottomans coming into Strait of Otranto as well. This core probably means they've made friends with the Austrians in some way. They've been given split, is what I read this as. So this may well be coordination on Naples. We might be seeing an early attack against Spain, which I wouldn't be surprised to see, given how often we've mentioned in like previous commentaries that Spain is a dominant force in the Mediterranean and will run over everyone
Mhm.
if no one contests them early.
Yeah, that would be very interesting. I mean, the Tunis going for Sicily here, that is in direct competition with Naples because that's exactly where Naples wants to go. So, yeah, I mean, Naples is really out of options, or I guess they're Tyrrhenian Sea now, but yeah, it seems as though anywhere they go here will either be bounced. So they probably are just heading back to Naples to try to prevent them from moving into it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see them try and talk the French into going to Florence so that they can go to Corsica here, right? And then take Sardinia and Baleares.
Mhm.
It can work sometimes. Why bounce Sicily? Yeah, the question would be here whether Spain has enough units to, like, centers to go to with all their units. And if we assume that Corsica is French, which France often wants that center, then they don't have enough without going to Sicily. So, but I think more likely they'll try not to bounce and they'll go this way. It does depend whether this was broken DMZ or not.
Right.
It's like you could feasibly as Ottomans say, hey, look, I'm not going to Ionian with this. It's not that aggressive towards you. I was just guaranteeing that I get split, right? And then Spain
Mhm.
probably buys that. It looks like they have friendly relations from here. So maybe it's not as aggressive as I think, or maybe they're doing a stealthy like stab. We'll see.
I mean, yeah, the Sarajevo core is still, ironically, the most telling thing here.
Yes.
Wh- Why, why does this give us more info than any of the other moves? This is ridiculous.
Yeah. All right. So, looking north. Do you want to talk through this area?
Sure. We are seeing a heavy conflict brewing between Poland and Russia. Both are moving against each other here, and yeah, something is bound to break out very soon. Actually, wait. Oh no, I was about to say Russia may be able to force Kiev, but that's only if Ottomans are on board and tap Jassy here. Um, but yeah, there's definitely something a brewing, and let's see what happens. For those who don't know, Firebender is playing Poland here,
Oh
so
boy.
there is that classic coalition fire moment. So the fact that Austria didn't is pretty good, but yeah, Russia is definitely going all in on it, it appears.
Yeah, this is very all in by the Russia. I'm not sure what Poland was thinking with these initial moves. It's a lot of backfilling right into the various
Hmm.
provinces, which I guess is fine. It gives you your solid line on Wilno and Kiev, and lets you move into Jassy at the same time. But I don't know. I feel like these units could have done more. I assume Russia must have
Yeah.
said, "Hey, Riga is mine," and Poland goes, "Yeah, okay," and then they don't really know what to do beyond that. Um, yeah, they're
Yeah.
going to be hoping for Swedish assistance, I think.
Yeah, and what would you do if you were the Swedes here? I think I would go against Poland too, just because you see Russia heavily committing. Maybe you can snag some centers from behind either of the parties. You know.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Sweden has already broken a deal with Poland to go to Baltic Sea, because this
Mhm.
is often a demilitarized zone if you want to work as a duo here. This is just such a strong province for both powers, right? And
Right.
so slipping into it, just staying there is a nice way of gaining control of the peninsula. Um, I there's the flip side of this, saying that Russia has heavily committed. Right there, they've got this center here. Poland will probably offer to support you into that. So if you do want to take Poland's side, you're taking like the weaker side, and therefore might have an ally who's more beholden to you. But yeah, I feel like attacking Poland here just has a pretty massive upside of getting Baltic control, and that's kind of what you want to see
Hmm.
as Sweden.
Right.
Hmm.
Yeah. Um, we also have Sportsballs in the audience, I believe. So they are our other commentators. So yeah, let's invite them up if you're down.
Oh, yeah. How do I? I think sports. You should be able to just claim your spot on the stage. I don't see an option to add you. Okay. Hello.
Yo, seen the guy here. Looks like I need
Welcome.
to.
Mhm.
Hello.
Yeah, our names finally make
Apologies.
sense.
Yeah.
We had to start this. We had to start the commentary without the two people making sense the commentary bit. Dang. Well,
Mhm.
I'm sure y'all had that one explained. Apologies for being late. I slept in through the alarms I set early and then woke up to the normal alarms. What can you do?
Yeah, no
Yeah,
issues
no
there.
worries. I mean, my alarm literally did break, so I did not wake up due to my alarm, and I just woke up naturally, looked at the time, and was like, oh crap, check-ins are about to begin. So,
Well, glad you're here then. Glad we didn't have Meme just sitting here alone for the first 30 minutes. Imagine that. We asked these people to come out and commentate, and Meme's like, yeah, I can spare my day, and I'll be happy to commentate. And then he's just the only there.
I'm very familiar with talking to myself. I wouldn't be.
I suppose that's true.
So we've commentated about half of this Spring Moves map so far, and we've got about 30 seconds left. So
Do not worry. We are going to run over the first 2-3 turns, and then we'll catch up as the map progresses along, and we have a bit less to talk about.
Okay, yeah. So Thunderdome. It looks like there's nothing particularly bad happening in the Thunderdome right now. Everyone's being quite friendly. We've got the arranged bounce here in knots, and then they're just going to take their natural centers here. This is the one interesting one. They let Poland into Endakaru.
I was about to say that this all looks standard. Honestly, you know what's not standard about this opening? Portugal not moving to Sarawi. Most of the time, Portugal and Poland have actually cooperated to just surround St. Louis year one. Because then Poland... Sorry. Because then Poland gets to gain the dot because they have the center right next to you, and they just support Portugal, and now there's an entire less player in the region. So the standard would just be that.
I assume
speaking of
Downpour
which, you
has
just pointed.
Noticed the same thing I did, right?
Yeah, I was trying to say. Speaking of which, Arguin, oh my god, went to Olata immediately. That move is illegal because the two towers are not adjacent. Sports, you just pointed that out. Oh no.
Okay. Well, I mean, when does Portugal ever double year one? I mean, when have we seen that?
Oh, I'm getting an app from Portugal. Commentators, if you even speak on the misorder, I'm TMCA.
You are about 30 seconds too late.
Yep, too late on that one.
I should also point out that I've been getting a few pings as well in the voids. That being that I have already been warned by Mughals that they intend to fully core in Yarkland in the fall. Okay. So good for them. And also Netherlands' opinion on how they think the colonial alliances are working out, which I don't know if you all have discussed yet, and if not, we can cover that towards the end.
Generally, it seems like they've all been fairly friendly with each other. So we'll see. Let's come back to that at the end. Let's just have a quick look around the rest of Africa first, because we just got the the next map, so we need to get done with this. Yeah. So it doesn't look like anyone is being hugely committal here. Again, this is like Imperial Diplomacy. You don't have to commit against people in the first year. You can just take your natural centers. And that very much seems to be what most people are doing here. Notable exception, Ottomans coming down into Suakin, which I cannot imagine Abyssinia will be happy with.
Not particularly. As Abby, you really want to make sure that you have a stable relationship with Ottomans because they're the only neighbor who's going to impact your early game too badly.
absolutely.
Yeah.
And we do see Ottomans coming down into Hogar, so that we are going to have a 6-player Thunderdome in this region, which is gonna be fun. Downpour.
Sadly, it's still gonna be 5 with that Portugal misorder. A shame.
I mean, they're getting into Nyani, right? So they will still be in this theatre.
I mean, fair enough. Fair enough.
There is one thing I'm looking at the African moves here that I do want to point out. Both France's dot in Reunion as well as the Netherlands dot over in Maritstad are deciding to bounce away from the quote-unquote book openings towards Cape Coe there in the south of Africa. That means that Portugal is probably just going to have the pick of the entirety of the dots there, which is usually not what you want to see as a regional. It basically just means there's less for the colonials to fight over, which is, not good when you want the colonials to be fighting each other.
Yeah, everyone seeming to be playing very happily with each other as the colonials. This is absolutely nothing to do with that, but I have just noticed something that... What is this, Flare? What is this? Why is this bleeding over this border? This map is unplayable. Anyway, so anything else to mention about Africa, or should we move over to Asia here?
No, I think most of it looks fairly standard. We'll have to see how relationships play out when the African regionals more directly will have conflict with each other.
I mean, yeah, and Ajuran definitely seems to be going against Portugal here, so I would hate to see that, but yeah.
Yeah, alright. Let's head on over to Asia. Downpour, do you want to take this one?
Sure.
Shall we focus on first? Let's go here.
Okay, with the Safavids, I mean, Portugal gets into Strait of Hormuz, which you do not like to see. You really want the coordinated bounce there, but it's not the end of the world, it appears, because it appears that Isfahan may just be able to go back to Bandar Abbas, but I think they'll just continue pushing here because I doubt Mughals are going to bounce Safavids in Uzgen here, so we may just be able to see the clean Safavid double, which is nice to see, but it is definitely still going to be a question about where are they going to move next, because we still have that triple Russia, Ottoman, Safavid border here in Kabardari, Tbilisi, and Derbent, which, if anyone knows from Blitz 2, is going to be very interesting. Let's hope that there's actually some progress made here, because this is a huge spot of contention.
Yep. Like we mentioned in the pre-game commentary, right? This area being quite important for Russia, all things considered, because of Siberian tundra being there. It looks like Safavid is going to establish a really strong front here if they do get into all three. And Russia has nothing on it. They've gone up to Yakutsk, they've gone up to Karakorum. They're going to take Turkestan, but that unit is going to be alone. So, potentially, if these two are aligned, this could be really bad news for Russia. Yeah. Do you want to talk us through Mughals and such?
Me or sports?
Let's bring sports on. I mean, we're all sports, but...
Yeah.
We're all sports in the end. It's just that my username doesn't truncate that well.
Yes, we can't really go around calling you balls.
I mean... It's unfortunate for Mughals, but it seems like that we're seeing the early English-Portuguese cooperation that does doom a lot of the Mughal openings here. You'll see that on turn 1 here, Mughals have been bounced out of Hyderabad by Portugal and Goa. And what's going to happen is if they try going again for the fall, then the English unit there in Ramadan is just going to bounce them out again. That way, the English and Portuguese units are guaranteed to take dots, and the Mughals are guaranteed to make no progress southbound. It's the standard opening that we see a lot of the cooperating English and Portugal players do, which really makes Google struggle early on in the game. Their other openings seem to be all right for them. The Ming and Mughals bounce over there, and Bamo looks unfortunate, but both of those players can just divert their units upwards and still guaranteed take a center with that unit in the fall. So there's not too much of conflict going on there. So I would even go on to say it's probably arranged.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine Mughals.
Yeah, the Bamo bounce is fairly often arranged because both have, or Mughals want to get into Kathmandu the next turn, and Ming are completely fine getting into Bamo or Hanoi. So if it weren't arranged, I would be fairly shocked.
Depending on how they settle with Ayutthaya over that Pegu dot there, Mughals looks like they will probably be going +4 for their Spring Year 1, which is better than I can say most Mughals do in their Spring Year 1s.
Yep. And you mentioned that they're planning to core Yarkand, right? So they are going to be friendly with Safavids here.
It certainly seems like it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
There was a bit of a meme last time. Blitz 2. How many times did you all mention Blitz 2 before I got in the call, I must wonder?
Well, we
Not
mentioned
much.
it a little bit with this score here, but this score here actually tells quite a lot about the European situation, so...
It does. Let's just say that I have considered putting a soundboard on my server and just having a nice, juicy clip of me yelling, "Why are you coring Surat?" It's beautiful.
You gotta remove the English core from there. It's
What? If you're gonna fight the English, I guess that's one way to do it.
it removes the English incentive to push into you and claim that core. This is it makes complete sense. I did notice here Ming comes down to Hokkien, so Portugal is going to be a little annoyed there, but at least they didn't have support. I wouldn't be hugely surprised to see Ming just hold and let Portugal walk back into that center and not take Hainan. So it's a bit of a 50-50 on that front, right?
Right, and as Ming, if you're making the move to Hokkien, you're already making that move and knowing you're likely not going to be able to get the double out of it in the first year. But as Ming, early pressure is what keeps you alive and thriving. So I like the strategy. I'd keep it up. Get Portugal out as soon as possible. Make pressure and give yourself space against Mughal and Ayutthaya.
Yeah,
Speaking of which, I was about to say, bringing up another Blitz 2 reference, we literally have the Ming and Portugal player for this region here in the commentary right now.
Yes, we do. I was unhappy with your Ming play in that game. Speaking as the Portugal who got immediately wiped out of that theatre.
As Portugal and Netherlands, you have a lot of these like small one-center offshoots, and you really need to watch your diplomacy to make sure that you can keep those and foster them through to the mid-game. In a Blitz game, it is very, very hard to do that.
It's so hard. I'm actually super curious to see what happens with the Strataformers one, because you could feasibly... Like, I think a strategy that people don't tend to use as Portugal is just going... Okay, I'm on 1 dot here. I'm going to send this off this way, which I think I would have even preferred them to do if they're not bouncing here, because if even if they get into Bandar Abbas here, Safavid is just going to come back and knock them back out again, right? You can't fight that as a 2 cents of power. You can just go, okay, I'm your vassal in this region. I'm going to go over here and do stuff with my colony, and then just use this as a build center and hope that they agree with that. Of course, it's much more tempting to just contest this region and go, I want more centers.
I actually think that in this particular instance, how the openings played out, I actually have to agree with how Portugal ended up playing this. All of the armies went just straight north, indicating that Safavid really doesn't have any intentions to mess around with Ottomans or anything on the Saudi Arabian peninsula there. So if Muscat, and if I was in that Portugal's position, I would put Strait of Hormuz to question. I would pencil in that move for the fall. expecting the bait out. Perhaps you don't get it to pay off. Perhaps Safavids walk back in. But at the end of the day, if you succeed, that's a very nice upside right there, and you've forced Safavids to make some bad decisions and some bad walkbacks. And if it doesn't, it's a one center area loss, and it's not going to impact your ability to make VSCC and impunity too heavily. In a blitz game environment, you got to be aggressive and you got to be fast with your choices a lot of the time. And that means you got to make some of these plays that are riskier but could have very high outcomes.
Speaking of which, do you think we'll get the candy cane here, with Bandar Abbas being soft, Keshem being Portugal, Rostock being soft, and then Muscat being Portugal?
That would be quite entertaining.
Yeah, because it makes sense. Safavid's trying to bounce Portugal and Rostock, but Portugal sees that and moves to Keshem, or Portugal thinks that Safavids will move back to Bandar Abbas. So,
I think it will be very interesting to see. I'm looking forward to it. We had a comment in the chat saying Ayutthaya is looking like they're in a really good spot here. I have to agree. They don't look like they've got any enemies at all. One downside, Netherlands committing this direction, they are making it very clear they want Andaman Islands, right, coming up to Sumatra and getting ready to support themselves in. But no enemies in the north. These two have clashed over Bahamo, even if that is an arranged bounce. Ayutthaya now gets some say in who gets this. Ayutthaya gets say in what happens with Pegu as well. They're getting Fanrang for free. They're getting into Sambas for free. Yeah, just a lot of nice moves.
It does look very nice for Ayutthaya, and I think it does for one other reason that I want to point out here, and that's actually the Netherlands move here. Manado to Halmahera Sea is not a common Dutch opening in this region at all, because that is the most aggressive option opening-wise as far as trying to combat the centers that your fellow neighbors are going to want. And you can see that here with how Spain and Portugal do with the more standard openings. Spain is going to contest Zamboanga in the fall, and Portugal is going to contest Dani in the fall. All you've done by moving to Halmahera Sea is say, hey, I'm bouncing one of you two. Ooh. It's not an opening that's going to pay out particularly well unless you're Ayutthaya, and it means you get the entire Isle of Borneo that you can just kind of mess around with, especially if you can kick Spain out of Cotabato.
I mean, I could also see this as just going full force against Portugal here, because you either bounce them in Dani, or you take Dani, or you bounce them in Flores and you take Flores. So I totally see this as a potential conflict with Portugal brewing.
I'll have to look over in the South American region and see if we're going to see any particularly bad interactions between those two powers going in through future turns, and also to see if Mapuche ends up coming in and trying to come in there. Because if you're in that situation as Mapuche, you side with Netherlands and you kick Portugal out, and then you just keep pushing on in through the Oceania region.
Yeah, I think
this area.
I think that's the play here, right? You, as Netherlands, you're basically saying, okay, I am going to bounce you out of Dani. Clearly going for Zamboanga is not reasonable here, because Spain is always going to that. You go, I'm going to Dani. You are going to stay as the one center power in this region. This is my region. You don't get to build up an area behind me, right? You do still get a free center, but you just have to go south to that and let me take Dani. You don't get your second core. I don't love how aggressive that is, especially in a blitz game where the colonials who manage to keep a lot of colonials on side tend to do better. But hey, if it gives you a very, very strong region in this Indonesia area, I think it can work out super well.
Indeed.
I mean, but let's just see how Ayutthaya deals with it, because, you know, as you're saying, they're getting that entire island at some point. Maybe they need to conflict with Spain a little bit over Cotabato, but I can totally see them gaining massive pressure against the Dutch here, and the Dutch really focusing south. So they may not even be able to defend Andaman Islands for too long.
We'll see whether they want to. I could actually see this being an Ayutthaya Dutch long-term alliance, which sounds insane to say because I don't know if I've ever seen that actually happen. But Tavoy can get supported up into Pegu here by Ava, right? And then you just have those like Ayutthaya focuses north with that unit. They get this area for free, and then they go against Spain. And the Netherlands has made it clear they're going this way. And hopefully can just push out into Indian Ocean with these units after that. So maybe it will be the the fabled mystical Ayutthaya Netherlands alliance.
Perhaps. I also want to point out. I want to point out one other option Ayutthaya may have that I'm noticing now. I don't know if they're going to take this, but there's the option of sacrificing a little bit of early tempo to put convoy the army from Cambodia down into the Borneo Island and have that take Sambas. It's potential to be very aggressive and fully lock down that island against both Netherlands and Spain. But if that pays out, you will have a very dominant region and potentially won't even let Netherlands get that position that makes the Netherlands-Ayutthaya relationship so one-sided.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think if you are trying to do that, you actually just don't want to convoy in at all, right? Because you're giving up a center to do that. You're giving up Phan Rang. You are not taking anything with the Natuna Sea and convoying this over. I think instead of doing that, if you want to take full control of Borneo, you just give up the center by bouncing Kota Batu instead. Then you get an army build in Nakhon Si, and then you convoy in the spring. Move that into Banjarmasin, and then you've got your fleet in position to contest this, and Spain didn't get the build from this area. And you get the build from Phan Rang that way, right?
I see. See, this is why when you asked, I think you would have been good in the first half of commentary here. That's a very strong line. I like that.
I'm a little more awake than everyone else because of my time zone.
Hey, the coffee's here. Give it about 30 minutes.
Alright. So we should probably pan north here, talk about the region we haven't talked about yet, which is Japan / Qing / Russia. Downpour, do you want to take that?
Sure. So, I mean, typical openings from everyone around Korea. Everyone's getting their fair share of it. You also see Tokugawa playing nice with the Dutch, where they're actually allowing them to, or Osaka moved to Kyushu just to show that, hey, I'm not bouncing you in Okinawa or anything. So we may be able to see Tokugawa not going against the Dutch here, which is a little bit on the rarer side, I must say. But panning up a little bit further, I do really love Qing going out here and just extending rightward, or I say east, northeast, because the new Inuit presence is definitely going to be very interesting, and it appears like there's going to be some early conflict, being that Inuits can double Nivix here, and Qing really has to make the decision, hey, do I support hold Nivix, or do I maybe go to Sahalian here? And really, it appears to be a 50-50 because there is nothing else that can be done. It just seems like an Inuit win here.
Yeah, absolutely. Inuit, it doesn't look off when you first glance at it, but Inuit has zero intention to take Koryaks this turn, and instead they are going to entirely focus on pushing against the Qing early moves. And like you said, they have a good coin flip of contesting Bosaya and Nikfis. I like the Inuit opening here. If they can guess correctly when we look at this next map, it'll be a good start for them.
And even if they don't guess correctly, that just means that both are going neutral. So it is literally Inuits going +1 center on Qing, or they are both going neutral, which is both huge. And looking at it, it doesn't even look like Qing can easily take Nivix back in the event that they lose it, because Qing just moves another Corrects fleet into Sea of Okhotsk and causes some issues there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And with Inuits being... Oops, sorry.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I think this might go badly for Inuit purely because Tokugawa seems to be very friendly with Qing, and they have left Koryax open so Tokugawa can go, whoop, I'm going to take Koryax now. Suddenly their cores are under threat, right? And then they're having to defend Nivix with Sea of Oktusk and defend against an attack coming in from this direction. I haven't looked that much at the Inuit moves in North America, so we have to see whether they can coordinate to come this way, but this could go... I think initially it looks bad for Qing, but if Qing is good with their negotiation with Tokugawa, they could quite easily get out of this.
That's a very fair point as well. I wanted to add into the pot of who's going to win this early conflict struggle here, the fact that Inuit is one of our newest larger powers with this patch update. Inuit now starting at 7 centers means that they're going to have a lot more weight to throw around in this early game, which means that these sort of very early aggressive plays against Qing here can benefit them greatly as they're able to spare the dots from some North American centers to apply more pressure in this region. And quick peek over at the area, it does look like Athapaska is playing nice, though we'll have to see exactly how that works out. We can discuss that later, though. I think that's something we can even discuss in the fall once we have seen how it plays out.
Yeah, no move into Chukchi CCC this phase, notably, so they don't have immediate reinforcements here, although I assume they would be going back to Alutz anyway. Yeah. So, anything else either of you want to talk about here?
Well, we were mentioning pre-game that Russia has a hard time going against Qing here, but with the Inuits coming in, this is definitely something to consider for Russia now, because Qing is definitely being pulled in 2 different directions because they need some units to their south and southwest just to make sure that Ming doesn't also gang up on them along with Tokugawa. So if Russia and Inuits can sort of put a ton of pressure to Qing's north, they may just have a difficult time living up to it and facing it.
I really think that Russia getting involved in this war is going to be a trap, because Safavid will come up, and if you lose Siberian Tundra, it doesn't matter if you've made progress over here, you're going to lose your cause. So I think they need to dedicate more in this direction, but I wouldn't be surprised if, especially in Blitz, they maybe see the opportunity against Qing and go in, as you were saying. I just think it won't go very well for them if they do.
Right, yeah, and especially since Saf is moving 3 armies up, they're showing clear intention of, hey, I am aiming for these neutrals, and amongst them, Turkestan, directly bordering the Siberian tundra.
Yeah, alright, so I think that's more or less everything from the spring phase covered, right? Which means we should probably move to the fall, given that I think we're past winter now.
Do not worry. Like I said, we will have the ability to catch up. And on that note, I will again apologize for being a smidgen late. Thank you, Meme, for covering recording. Much obliged.
That is totally fine. I did want to ask, so I'm recording this in 1440p. I hope that's not going to be a huge issue with combining...
Oh, it's alright.
Okay. Do you have the ability to record in that too, or not?
Yeah, I can just pop my OBS into 1440. I don't know if we need 1440 because we are going to be staring at a map for 8 hours, but you know what? Props for the respect. Respect for using...
Well, see, I used to not think people wanted 1440p either, but I got a bunch of comments from people saying apparently in the mobile version of the YouTube app, you can zoom in. So people want to just zoom in on the map and look closer. So anyway.
That's a very fair point.
Alright, so here we are on the fall moves. I guess we'll start where we started last time, which will be... Oh my god, there's so many holds. I mean, they make sense.
Welcome to Blitz commentary, Mr. Meme. Glad to have you aboard the team. I really want you to... If we're doing it now, we're doing it now. This is normal. As bad as it can look, it is normal.
I think it doesn't actually look bad here. These units all have good reason to be holding. They're claiming supply centers, right? They don't want to get involved in whatever else is happening there. They don't want to choose a side. Here, it looks like Iorio couldn't do anything about either of these anyway. Moving up this way is a little interesting. It's kind of saying, hey, I'm going to put some pressure on Chiquitano, or I'm going to get into position to be helped, or to help against Nokugo. Gives them a little more agency, but they're not revealing anything just yet. And here, we were mentioning before, YOLOing into Tushin is... it could be an interesting strategy, but it's probably not a good one, so I think this is correct.
Guarani in their opening moves is really interesting because all of the centers that they want in year one are one move away from a home center rather than two, which means the holds are unfortunate, but I do not think there is any Guarani who is going to input no hold orders in a fall year one move.
Yep.
Right.
Unless they're coring.
Unless they're coring. True!
Alright. So,
the move...
sorry, go on.
The move into Ofaye is interesting, though, because it's going to break apart this somewhat stalemate that we've seen between Aymara and Portugal taking their standard openings. Pushing in and supporting themselves in this way is how you typically see them, but now you have an Ofaye unit right there at the beginning rather than just the held unit in Arioru, potentially giving Aymara more leverage against Portugal, potentially trying to get support into Nokugo in the future, perhaps? We'll have to see.
Yeah, there's so many different ways this can play out because Ofaye could even just pivot into Tupic Queen with a build-in Mabaya, and yeah, that unit just does so much. So I love the flexibility there.
Yeah, it's definitely the best province to be if you're not taking a supply center with something here. If we move north, we see Spain does not even bother covering Lima. They just walk into Quechua and Peru Basin. Oh my god.
The respect on just going in.
Yeah, I mean...
And look at them as well, they tap Caracas against the Polish unit up there.
Is that correct?
And rather than taking the unit with anything from that Shibuya, they just put pressure on all of the Aymar and home centers instead.
Yeah, and even with Poland Ridge heading down to Peru Basin, we're seeing a double on Azura here, which doesn't work because Aymara doubled, but still, we were talking about Shipibo before you arrived, Sports, and yeah, they did neither of the moves we thought. We thought either tapping Madurai or defending Lima, but they did neither.
Yeah, they just went for it. I would question this a lot more if it was a regional power doing something like this, going for position in year one instead of taking centers. But of course, as a colonial, you have that extra flexibility of, I'm gonna get a bunch of builds from elsewhere in the world. I can pump this region full of builds regardless of whether I take centers there or not. And that's what I expect to happen here. They're gonna put down units in these provinces despite their units from these provinces not actually getting anything in this first turn. I don't love going all in with 2 units when someone is building 4, especially given that person is now going to pivot 100% against you. But if this was a broken DMZ, this is and you don't trust Aymara at all, this is definitely a decent way to respond to it.
Right.
I do have to agree there. Yeah. Spain's other moves seem to have panned out well at a quick glance, so they're going to have the build pressure to throw around here against Aymara. And from the looks of it, potentially against these other players in Netherlands and Poland up at the top end of the continent.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see if they actually pan aggression in that direction.
The big winner here to me actually looks like Netherlands. Like, they've got 2 armies in this area, right? They managed to claim Bellum. They haven't annoyed anyone at all. We've got this unit coming up into Ofaye, which is probably going to distract Portugal in some way. We've got Spain committing against Aymara, so they're going to be fighting each other here. Netherlands is just free to do whatever they want, right?
Lots of flexibility. South America is Netherlands' best region, I would say by far. So having a strong opening here that gives them potential to just continue to dominate that pressure, very needed depending on how the other sectors are going to be going for them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And looking at it, because because the Dutch have barely anything to do, we may actually be able to see them make a quick charge at France here just to consolidate everything early. I'm curious how that would end up going because they would need some English help if they're gonna survive on their mainland or in North America. So I'm very curious if that's an option.
I do actually want to touch on that quickly here because of what I had mentioned last turn that we didn't get to. I have been getting some messages from the players in their voids. By the way, shout outs to these players. Almost all of them are voiding in spite of it being a blitz game. It is so nice to look over as the commentators to see all of these thoughts in the moment. So it is very appreciative. On the Netherlands team, we have Damien and King of Prussia here. King of Prussia is saying in their void here that they are very strongly suspicious that it is going to be an England-France game, and they are intending to plan their year 2 moves to directly combat the both of them. So I imagine we may actually see the surrounding of the French dots in Cayenne and Kalina and just trying to pop that center just completely out by year 2.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That would be an interesting approach. I'm probably being a bit of a coward by saying this, but in Blitz, if I saw England and France are going to be super tight through the game, the last thing I'd want to do is go, I'm going to annoy France in this region. Because you go, oh my god, my centre's here. I want to keep my centres here. Please let me be your third wheel.
Amsterdam. The reason that Dutch is C tier instead of A tier. I mean, it is quite unfortunate. You have a very fragile capital as Netherlands, and you really need to play cautiously in order to make sure that you don't lose it. In my opinion, though, if you are the third wheel on an England, France, Netherlands, then late game, that just means you get kicked out and you lose your capital anyways. So if I were Netherlands in this position, I would rather be the aggressor in trying to side the other 2 colonials and putting those pressure on the English and French. And then you would be able to make that effort before it becomes a problem long term. Because as I think all 3 of us in this call know, an England that has strong alliances is not being toppled late.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I'd just be reliant on the fact that hopefully I could get that alliance to crumble a little bit later. But yeah, absolutely that can lead to a situation where you go, oh, oops, I missed my moment, and now they're insanely strong and there's nothing I can do.
To be fair, these are very good players on Netherlands, though. So if they took that route, then I'm sure they could make something interesting, especially with the Blitz format, meaning it's a lot easier to get that doubt wriggled in and cause someone to make a very hasty decision that's going to backfire on them quite quickly.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Speaking of which,
oh, sorry, carry on.
or I was about to say, moving upwards to see the colonial relations northwards. So perfect timing.
Yeah, go for it. You want to talk us through these?
Yeah, I mean, the Caribbean is pretty standard, especially considering the previous turn. So nothing out of the ordinary besides the Bay of Panama moving to the Caribbean Sea. I could totally see this as being some kind of aggression on Poland, even though they could fairly easily defend. But, I mean, Bogota, if it builds an army, moves to Orinoco, that could be a problem for Poland. It could also... The Bay of Panama unit could also be looking to go to Cap-Haïtien, start an early war with France there. So, colonial tensions are definitely starting to heat up, and I'm excited to see where it leads.
Yep, absolutely. I don't even really have much to add to that. That feels like a pretty solid overview of the whole region.
Absolutely. We'll have to see if Spain ends up taking their Caribbean Sea and pivoting it against France, and I suppose France and England as well. Caribbean is always an interesting region as the Spanish player, and Meme, you have a pretty good example of that through your commentaries, both you and Ezio. If you're careful and play it well, then Caribbean can be very free, but England is not going to want you to have that ground in the first place. So you really have to watch out for their moves and be a little predicting.
Yeah, and you can see that they all played happy here. They've arranged for Spain to have Havana. You guys, England has Barracoa and Jamaica, and they move forward. They can't. So one of the things Ezio continuously says, I'm maybe not quite as set on it, is that you 100% need Caribbean control as Spain in order to win the game. You can't. If anyone else has a strong force there, you cannot win. Just because they can come in and destroy your colonies from within, right? So
I mean,
sorry, carry on.
That's very fair. Gulf of Mexico is to Spain here, as I imagine North Sea can be seen to England. Not having a direct lockdown control of that tile is really disturbing and can just completely upend your late game presence. So I can agree with that. I do think there are other options that Spain has, especially if they have a really strong Philippines going into the late game, but it's not unfounded claims.
Yeah. I think you can deal with this diplomatically, or you can deal with it militarily, right? The diplomatic way with England is just to go, hey, I'm gonna trade, please trade me Belize for something somewhere else. And then you can push this way, we can push this way together. Getting England to agree to that is very difficult, especially considering the new Caribbean, where England has a lot of control, won't necessarily be forced to do this, or feel forced to do this. So, yeah. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah. Unfortunately for the Spanish, you are fighting England, and I feel like we're alluding to this a fair amount here, but I am of the opinion that England is quite possibly, especially on this patch, they are a tier above all others in terms of opening presence and how the board can play out for them in their opening moves. I think that England has the strongest starting position in the current iteration of the map.
I would not.
I mean, I can see that. I think there's so much more complications to the game than that, because there are so many ways the different games can go that I think that you really need to take it as a game-by-game approach, because there's just so much flexibility going on that I would argue that no real power is in the top position until you see what the other moves are being made.
Very fair. All of the theory crafting and the tier listing, it really just comes down to how you, the player, play the power in your hands. That's very true.
Yep. And especially with such a wide power as England, it will vary considerably in how good it is, right? But yeah.
Gotta watch out for those year one death cannons.
Alright. Well, so panning further north, Sportsballs, do you want to talk us through what's going on in North America?
Absolutely here. Start with Ute, just shown here, Spain and Ute have come to a very amicable relationship given how we've seen the moves play out. These are moves that indicate from both players, we do not want to fight, we do not want to get bogged down. For Ute, that is great because Ute has the best claim on all of these former CO centers here in the Midlands near the Great Lakes. They're going to have a great pressure on it, be able to pressure France out of Ojibwe, potentially even start a pitch over Ayutthaya and get a pitch north. But this is very good for both sides, especially Spain, who, as we said previously, is committing heavily against Aymara with their opening. Athabasca also seems to have gotten their opening mostly how they wanted. France did cut their support into Cree here, which means that they will not be doubling. However, if you look up to the pan top left, we did see what I was thinking might happen, that being Inuits failed diplomacy and will not be getting Denaina here. It's a risk based on how Inuits opened, and it was likely going to happen, but I was wanting to see if Inuits could diplomatically pull that out.
Yeah.
Most?
It's just, this, is Athabasca just going, I am going to attack Inuit, right? Because there's no direct benefit for Athabasca doing this. It just
Yeah.
denies Inuit the center.
And especially since Athabasca appears to be committing against France here by really supporting themselves into Cree and causing some issues over that. I don't even know if Atha will have the time for a conflict with Inuits here. So I don't know. I don't know if that move was really worth it. It may just be better letting Inuit get in and trying to be friendly with them.
Yep, I would completely agree. It's going to depend a bit on what's going on with Inuit on the other side of the map, but we'll see that when we get there. Sports, you want to keep going?
I do, because I think the most interesting thing about the continent here is the two moves that we are seeing, particularly Ville-Marie to Seneca and Mohawk hold. Now, Mohawk is a core, the supply center, in this iteration of the map, which is very nice. However, one of the things that you kind of want to see, as if you're really trying to avoid the early England-France going on, is England going to apply that early pressure and just try and take one of the French centers immediately? Not only have they not, they have convinced France to make the move down south into Seneca instead of having that unit take... What does that unit normally take in the fall? I suppose I'm just not familiar with this iteration of the opening for France.
It can go up towards Cree, and that's what I've seen it do previously. But, I mean, Seneca...
Oh, was that the... Sorry, I'm just looking back at the spring map and trying to figure out which unit that was originally. It was the Ville-Marie unit, and it took a bounce year one. Okay.
Mm-hmm. I'm curious where this Philadelphia unit is going, even though it doesn't really matter. Okay,
Moscow. If you have a question, the answer is Moscow.
I don't know. Sometimes it's Galapagos, which we're seeing here with random Polish supports.
The crazy thing is that the Nadakaru unit, they did the support into the Caribbean, and it took the long way around, wrapping around the map.
It did! That's great.
What unit are they even supporting that?
Well, for it to do that wraparound, it probably did, Formosa, maybe? Huiquien? Something on the other side of the map.
I could see it, I suppose. Anyway, it's not very relevant to what's going on. This bounce here is kind of interesting.
Yeah, I have a feeling that was just a bit of uncoordinated, we'll both agree to just do what we're doing, and then they didn't realize they were conflicting each other in their plans. It's a bit unfortunate, but it does not look particularly aggressive from either player, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you could argue that it's France trying to encircle St. Anthony and St. John's, but I really don't think France has any amount of pressure to put on that island early game.
Yeah, and you wouldn't expect that with the trust that they're giving England here by walking out of Ville-Marie.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Clearly Portugal didn't trust England.
Portugal covering Azores in year one is something that does get seen here. North Atlantic Ocean and having two of the colonial powers really just be right on it is something that is going to cause a lot of early game tension. You look at South Atlantic, and it's pretty clearly that it's designed to be a Netherlands center. You look at even something like Indian Ocean, that both a French dot and a Netherlands dot have a starting center on, and even then, France is just going to commit to South Africa most of the time. But in North Atlantic, both of these powers very much want to keep Bermuda and Azores collectively. So it's going to cause a lot of that early tension, and we're going to see who blinks first and loses it.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Anything else to say about North America, or shall we move on?
I think we should move on. Where to shall we start, lads?
All right. Yeah, well, let's go to Europe. And see what is happening. Oh, that's the wrong coast. Is that going to go through?
That is the wrong coast.
So they did say that Austria just moved to Rome, but it defaulted to West Coast, so they are adjusting it to make it go to the East Coast instead.
Okay. Right, so no big loss there for Austria. And as we noted from the core before, it looks like everything's arranged between Austria and the Ottomans here, taking split. And Ottomans do try and snipe Naples. It could have been an arranged bounce, but I wouldn't be surprised if this was an attempt to snipe it.
I think it was an attempt to snipe it, considering that Ottomans are very clearly getting that Sicilian dot early. They want their half of the Mediterranean fully in their own grasp, is what I would wager.
Yeah, I'm actually interested enough in this that I'm going to go and try and find the Ottoman Spain chat and see whether this is happening. But while I'm doing that, do you guys want to talk through what's going on everywhere here?
Absolutely. While you're doing that digging, Sorry, go ahead.
I was about to say, I kind of want to cover Poland because I got pinged in one of their chats.
I'm not the only commentator getting friends here.
No, but that's the thing. This is my first ping, so I was so happy about it, and then they pinged me a second time, so...
Nice. Poland's start here is... I don't hate most of it. There is one thing I certainly think has gone very, very terribly wrong for Poland, as you can see in the top right there. Poland-Russian relations. You've got to have Russia on side. You've just gotta. Russia has too many home centers right next to you that if they want you dead, they could pump those armies straight into Wilno and Kiev. You really have to be careful opening-wise, and Russia has taken that early aggression. From the looks of it, I did not actually closely look at what happened year one here. Russia got into Riga, which is very interesting. I wonder if did they take support or did Poland not move to Riga at all?
No, they didn't move to Riga at all. And if you're looking at this moves, it's even crazier because Russia moved out and Sweden and Poland bounced there.
I think that was what Russia was hoping would occur in this instance, because if you look at Russian position now, Poland's kind of a sitting duck on this board here.
Sorry.
No, you're good. Please go ahead.
Okay, I was about to say, not to mention, Sweden gets into Gdansk here, which is a really good prediction on their part. And yeah, this is looking miserable for Poland here. I
want to take this moment here because this is something that I see happen fairly regularly. A Poland who just hits. They seem to get unlucky in year one almost, and then they're just struggling for the entire game. But while I have a moment and we're talking directly about Poland, I want to take a moment to all of you in the audience who are interested in potentially playing Poland in the future. I know it's going to sound weird, me just saying do not do this, but in year one as Poland, you have a lot of fragility, a lot more than it may seem. Baltic Sea, as much as Sweden is going to pitch that Baltic Sea is their tile, you really cannot let a Swedish unit into Baltic Sea early. That pressure on Gdansk and Brandenburg, even though Brandenburg's not your starting tile, it's a pretty heavy center for you. Gdansk, obviously, it's your only home center that's going to have a consistent fleet access. Wilno has access to Gulf of Riga, but it's a lot more difficult to actively apply pressure to Sweden from there once they're turned on you. You really need to not let Sweden get that early unit into the Baltic Sea. And when you look at the Narva-Riga situation with the triple between you, Sweden, and Russia, you need to really have a good ally on side. Probably Russia, again, considering how much early pressure they can put on you if Russia decides that they're not your friend. You need to be cautious and make sure that you have one of them on side. Try and support Russia into Riga so that they can continue an offensive further upwards into the Swedish centers. Or perhaps, if you feel spicy, maybe even support Sweden in and give them pressure against the Novgorod push in the fall. Likely going to work? Probably not, but it's something there. By sitting still, especially holding Kiev and Jassy instead of trying to do something with Okchavik, for example, trying to get that friendship with the Ottomans, you're sitting there and you're letting the other powers coordinate around you, and as Poland, that is really, really bad opening strategy because you are the center that a lot of these powers want to push into. At least you have Austria on side in this situation, but it's not pretty.
Right, and there really is that triple there between Russia, Sweden, and Poland, where you really want to get one of those powers on your side against the third. And if you're not being active as Poland here, you really pay the price for it. And you can see Russia moved against you heavy early, and now you're just sitting there. You gained one center during the first year, which is fairly not good. Especially, or I mean, they did gain more in their other colonies, but in Europe, yeah, that's not a pretty position. And yeah, Sweden is happy. Russia is fairly happy, though I'm not a huge fan of the Riga-Smolensk move because I understand you want Sweden there to go after Wilno, but that definitely feels like something that you should have moved in Kursk for, Kursk to Smolensk or something. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of giving up Riga immediately, especially with that Wilno Riga prediction.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think this is something you cannot afford to do as Russia here. I assume it's gotta be because they said to Sweden, hey, look, in return for your help against Poland, I'm just gonna give you Riga here. You can have this whole area, and then we'll just go in together. But don't give up Riga on the first turn here. You need the build. Like we talked about the area over here and how much that could come under threat. Those initial builds are really important. I'll be surprised if this turns out to be a good thing in the long run. Another thing to note here is that Ottomans is trying to support Safavids against the Russian, and yeah, it's great that they didn't take the support. Like for Russia, they're going, okay, maybe I do have Safavids on side here, but that means Ottomans probably isn't going to help you here, right? So Poland does have a bit of recourse on this front.
They do. And I want to look at the triple down there between Black Sea and Caspian Sea a little bit more in depth. But before we move to that, I want to finish Europe entirely. You said you were digging in the Spain-Ottoman chat to see if there is an arranged situation in the Mediterranean. What's up with that situation?
So it's a super interesting conversation here. I think Ottomans was trying to make this look like a miscommunication, because at the start of the phase, they talk a bit about, okay, what are we going to do here? The Spanish say, hey, I want to take Sardinia with the unit. Is that fine? Depending on what the French say, I might actually want to bounce in Naples. But, we'll see how we go with that. And Ottoman says, sure. And then Spain tries to contact them back and goes, hey, are we bouncing in Naples? Are we bouncing in Naples? No response. A while later, Ottomans goes, oh, there's so much press going on. I didn't get time to respond to you. Let's bounce. I don't know how close that was to deadline, but if that was very close to deadline, that could well have been their attempt to just, get in without, and then go, oh, I told you I was going to bounce. It was in, the last 3 seconds, but I thought we were going to bounce. Maybe it was an honest mistake on their part, or maybe it was just actually them being honest and too much chat was going on. But given they have two people controlling the Ottomans, I feel like they should have had time to talk to Spain a little earlier there.
Yeah, not to mention, they are allying with Austria here, or at least that's what it looks like. So Spliff was already being taken by Sarajevo, so there is really nothing else for the Strait of Otranto to do besides enter Naples here. So I would be surprised if Spain went for anything else here, because you need to defend your core.
Yeah, I agree.
Spanish Mediterranean presence is really good to make sure that they have that additional core of options to them, but I believe we've talked about that a fair amount. Can I go into depth about this Ottoman Safavids Russia triple for a moment?
Absolutely. Go for it.
All right. For those of you who saw Blitz 2, one of the biggest things that I had a critique of the players who were in this triple during Blitz 2 is that they dedicated the entire game to building units on Safavids continued to build units to put pressure on Ottomans. Ottomans built units to defend. Russia continued to build units to try and lock in their presence in this region. And all three of the players held these three centers for 90% of the game, never making any meaningful progress. It's really unfortunate to see, but something I ended up doing after that situation is looking into this area tactically and just seeing why is this happening. It's largely just, it's not really that opportune for any of these players to take the support most of the time. They're more than willing to offer the support, but taking the support is really difficult because it's an overextension a lot of the time. The only situation where it isn't is, for example, Russia has a unit in Caspian Sea. I would potentially argue, maybe even Safavids having that unit there, but even then, Astrakhan is the only benefit you're gaining from that. A lot of the time, this region gets so unbelievably deadlocked because pushing in too far from any player requires that full force commitment from everything else on your side there. If you're Russia trying to push in, you need to be able to contest near the Turkestan, get the Khiva unit, get the Bulgarva unit, contest on the other side of Caspian Sea before you can push down this narrow corridor between the Black Sea and Caspian Sea. And as Ottomans and Safavids, trying to break this struggle that you have on your border can be really difficult because the way that these provinces are set up really do not favor anyone because of the amount of slim neutrals that separate the home centers of the two. It requires a dedicated effort and a clear stab move in order to make efforts there to push in. That being said, if I am one of these three players, I would make a dedicated effort to trying to break this triple. Breaking this triple, especially in the early and mid game, can control a lot of how this game is going to get dictated for these players. Ottomans especially, and I'm going to say this is a bit of a stretch, but Ottomans especially being able to break in and push against Russia might seem bad, but a fully Ottoman Black Sea is something that allows Ottomans to have a lot more control over their home centers and the region as a whole. It gives you a lot of pressure against both Russia and, in the future, Poland, and allows you to have that stability that Ottomans really lack a lot of the time.
Right, and I just want to add on there that if anyone's being ganged up on in this triple, it feels like Russia is the big one because if either one of those other, if either Ottomans or Safavids get kicked out, they're going to retreat to Siyunik, and that's just going to be a pain for the other Ottoman or Safavid player. So I think that if anyone's being ganged up on, Russia should be the one to worry.
Yeah,
I do agree, especially since they sacrificed units for tempo already.
Yeah, if it's against one of the other two, it really has to be after this first year when they've put down another unit here and can cover Siyunik against that retreat, right?
Right.
Yeah. All right. So, I guess we haven't. Sorry.
It's a tricky triple, is what it is. No, it's all good. It's a tricky triple, and I do not think there is a clean way to resolve those three centers. But, you know, that's kind of the fun, interesting thing about diplomacy, is that there is not a clean best solution. You have to tactically arrange it.
Yeah, I think the thing I hate the most about this region, and like I have had a lot of experience in this region in the Ice Cream Invitational, and it has been not fun, is that there isn't really a clean division if you're going against the other players, right? So if you, for example, let's say Safavids and Ottomans go up against Russia here together, and you, as you mentioned, there's some real upsides to this. Ottomans can get complete Black Sea control, but then how are you carrying out that attack? Are you just letting Safavids have Kabardia and then push up themselves, and then Ottomans hangs back? Then Safavids has to wonder, oh, those Ottoman units that are hanging back, are they just going to walk into my centers behind me as I advance? If you push the Ottoman unit up and you have like 2 units advancing up this front, then there's gonna be that line between the two, and they're gonna push units along each side, and they're both gonna have the opportunity to just go in against the other one, right? That's a lot of surface area that can just be used to pivot very, very quickly. And it's kind of the same way no matter which way you go on here. There's always gonna be more incentive for the person for one of the people who's pushing forward to flip against the other one.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think
Absolutely.
that's anyway.
As I said, everyone is going to be very happy to offer the support. Whether any of them take the support anytime soon will be very interesting to see.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, we should probably move to Africa. Yeah,
I do think we should move on. Most of the rest of Europe looks pretty standard. We'll have to see if anything changes because I've gotten the third message from King of Prussia, who is now very concerned about an England-France, but that's something that we can talk about plenty moving forward.
Yep.
Right. And yeah, sadly we do not get the candy cane in the Safavid Portugal area here. I was really looking forward to something interesting happening there, but no, they just respected the Kesh and Brewstock division.
They respected the split and just went for the centers they were going to, which is really unfortunate. I would have really liked to see Portugal make the more aggressive play there and put that pressure on Safavids early. Again, because Safavids seems so hard committed against Russia, and that it's something that can get you a lot of dots early as Portugal if you can keep the center and maintain it.
Mm-hmm.
See, I always think the goodwill with the neighbours is really important when you have a one sensor colony. Going all in against Safavids, it can gain you centers early, but I really think it would lead to them being kicked out in the long run. But hey,
I think that's fair. I think that's fair. My counterpoint to that is that as Portugal, you don't have a ton of reason to really have an alliance that's strong with the Safavids for much else. Once you get to the late game, a strong Safavids might contest you in Portugal, for example, but the splits and how the Portugal and Mughal centers work out means that because of those neutral centers between the starting lines of Mughals and Safavids, that's likely going to remain either that or Mughal gets all of the Safavids get all the Mughal starting centers, and that split is just lower on the peninsula, though that is something that gets much later in line.
Mm-hmm.
I think right now the thing that I would most like to talk about is how terribly poorly year one has gone for Abyssinia here.
Abyssinia. Yeah, that is
quite possibly the worst outcome for year one Abyssinia can have with the opening they played. It's really quite unfortunate.
Yeah.
As Abyssinia in year one, they got the dots that they wanted to. They would rather, though, have gone for Anden in year one, assuming that a less aggressive Ottoman opening takes Sanaa. And they obviously would have liked to have the African triple going and gotten into Azande. However, both of those options have instead been denied, and Abyssinia is just left with +1 net overall, an Ottoman presence that has gotten really aggressive and into their home centers, and seemingly no support from their fellow African colonials. It's really unfortunate because I think Abyssinia is the best positioned of the three African regionals, if they can manage their relations with Ottomans well. If they can have an Ottomans that's not pressured on, and Abyssinia can really run wild with their region and get a lot of explosive growth, unlike what we see with Ogeron, who is always going to be fighting Portugal, and Congo, who is always going to be fighting Netherlands. Unfortunately, it seems that Abyssinia is now going to be in the position where they are always fighting Ottomans, and Ottomans struck first and likely are going to just take the edge for most of this game.
Yeah, I mean, with only a +1 from Abyssinia here, it's just going to go very poorly, especially if Congo and Ajuran get involved too, because I can totally see a Marigue army going to Saidamo or something and just really putting the pressure on Abyssinia where they do not want that pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And Mahra could even potentially backfill Golfa Tadura next spring. It's not pretty. It's very much not pretty.
I don't even know how I would play this defensively, right? Because you can't even really turtle up as Abyssinia. You kind of have to give up as on Azande. I mean, you could. Maybe actually it's better to push this army forward and hope just try and establish your line here. But because you're only getting one build here, they've already got 2 on Mekele, and Hawara is on the front line against Ottomans, so Ottomans is going to put down more units and just come and murder you. There's not really any way you can defend. If you pull your units back, you're not going to eject that unit with only one build on your front. You kind of have to try and talk Ottomans out of it, which I think will be a hard thing to do.
It's not clean. It's definitely not clean. I think potentially build Army Debris Burhan and use that, because at the very least in the spring there, you have 2 pressure on Mekele. You can walk back a couple of other units. For example, Hawara can walk back to Sonar. If you are really, really trusting of Ajran, you can have them backfill. Well, not even backfill, because go for the Dora would just remain in there because you're bouncing Mekele in the spring again. Yeah, that is not pleasant turns looking ahead.
If you build here or here, notably, Ottomans can just walk into your capital. So
that is very true as well.
Yeah, there's problems here. Man, and they can build Mecca and just convoy that over as well, which, yeesh, that's just very painful.
Yeah, I was really thinking,
I will say,
was it really worth it for Abyssinia to bounce Mekele here? Because it may have even been worth it to just leave it to the Ottoman fleet, because if Abyssinia instead went for what Warsongali and had at least a decent alliance with Ajuran here, at least Warsongali could have maybe come back and dealt with Mekele later, and now at least they don't really have to worry about a ton going on. But it just feels like Mekele, you're about to lose, if you're building Gondar, and there's just no good way to keep both of those centers. So at what point do you just give them in exchange for some compensation?
Yeah, it's really tough. And also, in this case, I think it actually would have been better to do what you're saying, go for one of these 2 dots, because in one case you generally want to hold your home supply centers, both because A, you can build there, and B, they tend to be clumped with a lot of other home supply centers, important ones that you want to defend. In this case, this unit getting into Mekele isn't that much of a big deal for you, because it's a fleet. It can't go for any of your other home supply centers. So once it goes there, that's a dead end for it. And if you just let it in, it can't convoy more units into your lands, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, that would have been much better going for one of these. And there was always the case where it went to Sonar and just picked up a center in the hope that you would backfill Mekele and just waste your move. So yeah, completely agree with you.
I think looking forward, it is definitely not super good looking for Abyssinia.
Mm-hmm.
I real quick want to touch up on the other colonial powers in the region, mostly just to say that aside from the Portuguese misorder in year 1, everything looks exactly standard as we would see in the region. I imagine that...
I was surprised with the France move to Olata here. I figured that they would definitely be going Mali, because Olata feels like you're just asking for Poland to take St. Louis, and if they did, then France would just be out of luck, because France now has no compensation in that event. They can't even go to Fulani, I think is what it is. There's a support blocking it, but yeah, there's no compensation now if Poland were to do that. So I think France just got lucky.
I think what France is trying to do here is to hard align themselves with Poland, right? Say, okay, I'm going to take this region here, I'm then going to go north, I'm going to focus on Igil and Arguin and knock the Portuguese out. You hard align with me, you go to Fulani Geba, you get Mali for free, and then you knock the Portuguese out of Nyani. We're working together on that, and we then have complete control of this entire area, right? And hopefully we can then just push forward and knock everyone else out.
Especially as France and West Africa, it's let's just say it's not exactly France's best opening position. As I said in year 1, there is so many opening players between Portugal and Poland that just takes St. Louis guaranteed anyways in year one. West Africa is really just that dot that you kind of play around and hope it goes well. So expecting it to get lost makes sense. So playing towards your out of, well, hey, Poland, Portugal clearly did not accept the opening of trying to move against me. Would you rather us work strongly together? And that has some good upsides, especially when you consider that up north in Europe, France and Poland already are going to want to try and collapse inwards against Netherlands and Austria anyhow. So having that backup play to be able to take that island, having another ally, as Poland, I definitely see it as the upside.
Yep.
I mean, that's fair. Poland's not really in too good of a position right now. I don't think they have any time to go against Austria. I don't think that they are asking for another enemy in France too after they take St. Louis. But yeah, overall, Poland's not having a fun game.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the Polish experience, unfortunately. Poland can do very well, though. We had a very strong Poland in Blitz 1. I want to...
Yeah, I was just going to very briefly say, this is St. Louis, then. People keep criticizing me in videos for pronouncing this St. Louis, but it's a French dot, and Louis is the French version of the name, right? This is...
Please do not ask an American about what the correct pronunciation of a word is. I'm sorry, I have no help to you in this situation.
Very fair.
There is a very, very infamously, for the entirety of the Blitz 1 commentary, I referred to Qing as king, as a hard Q. Which
I mean I did basically the same. No, all right, thank you, Jess. I am validated. I have at least one person on my side on this. It's St. Louis. All right.
I think it really depends upon where you come from in that regard, because there's all the different accents you can add to it. But you're right, it is French originally, so you should pronounce it French way.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to take a moment here. While we're in Africa, there are two things that I very greatly want to discuss. The first is all the way down south, while we're talking about colonials, there's a French move I highly disagree with, and that's Indian Ocean to Crozet. That seems like, and please do excuse my language here when I say it, it seems like such a beta move, okay? It is a pure retreat of the initial aggression into Indian Ocean. Initially moving into Indian Ocean as spring can provide a lot of upside because, well, yes, as we saw with the openings, Dutch is going to try and contest Sumatra. They're going to want to try and keep Ceylon. Portugal is going to want to go for Maldives. A French presence in Indian Ocean can really upset those powers and provide a lot more conflict that I think France has the benefit of getting upside from, and Portugal for that matter. If France and Portugal work together, they can actually wrest this fairly Dutch-heavy region away from them super early. And instead, we saw France essentially retreat for no gain. And I really have to question that, because what's their plan there? If your plan is not to contest through into Indian Ocean early on, then get Mapondo. Go ahead and take Cape Coe, because as we saw with the opening, the Dutch completely rejected the opening into South Africa, which, for what it's worth, I do agree with that Dutch opening, but fully another conversation. So as the French moving into Crozet Basin here, you're losing. You have lost units and you've lost tempo. You're just losing in that situation. And I really want to know what they're thinking and why they're reasoning of doing this.
Yeah.
I would love to explain, because I made a very similar move in my B1.2 game, but the position is somewhat similar, except I know, or I can't really speak too much about it because it is what happened in my game, and we are like right after this point in fall moves. Winter hasn't even happened yet, but there is some logic to going for the centers in South Africa, but if you were planning on doing that originally, you should have made that move year one. I mean, in the spring. You should not first go to Indian Ocean and then go to Crozet Basin. But yeah, I feel the pain from my game. I feel the pain.
Yeah, I don't...
It's really unfortunate.
I don't criticize this move right here independently. I think you make a good point that they can do a lot over here and potentially irritate the Dutch. I don't know that it's a good idea to start conflict in Indian Ocean as France before you've consolidated this region here. Just because you then get Dutch units coming this way, and because of the way Indian Ocean is, you're probably going to lose Reunion, and then your ability to build in this area becomes much more difficult, right? So keeping everyone on side is nice, but as you said, they should have gone this way in the spring. What this says in context, so in the context of having gone here in the first place, is indecisiveness. They just didn't know what they were doing on the first turn. They went this way because they were like, oh, Indian Ocean, next to a bunch of stuff, I can probably pick something up. Then they realize, oh, I'm going to have to annoy someone to pick that up. That's not going to work. Oh, look, these centers aren't contested. I'll go this way. But they could have been in this center by now if they hadn't thought that way. So yeah, that's my thinking. You said you wanted to talk about two things, Sportsballs. What was the other one?
Yes, the other thing is something that I am definitely curious on, but it's more of an intrinsic curious, that being Portugal's decision to not try and have all of their units take a dot in year one. They moved Dalaga up to Mutapa? Sorry, trying to read these centers here. Again, American pronunciations, please yell at me. I am going to get them wrong. Moving it up to Mutapa and then to Kalahari. It's questionable in my idea. That is actually the unit that started in Beira. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
You are correct. That unit started in Beira, so it would be a different maneuvering of those units. But nonetheless, the decision to not try and contest Zanzibar, for example, or contest Burundi, I understand that you want to potentially ally yourself with Ogeron, not have that early conflict, but as Portugal, I think you're destined almost to have that conflict with Ogeron. So pivoting instead to get that position against Congo, who I feel has a much stronger claim to the centers that they have and are not going to be easy to wrest control away from. It's curious. I don't think it's bad necessarily, but it's curious, and I want to see how they develop this region.
I'm super interested too. It's very flexible. They could also just be saying to Congo, hey, don't mind this, it's just going through to Cape Koe. I need to keep Delagoa open for a build, so I can't go that way around. I don't know whether Congo would buy that, but it might be what they're saying.
It might be. The added context of both France and Netherlands rejecting the South African opening does add potential leeway and openings for Portugal to still maintain a strong tempo in the region.
Mm-hmm. Not to mention, I'm really loving Ageron's position here because Abyssinia, as we discussed, is having a train wreck. Congo is feeling very busy right now, and Portugal, especially if they go up against Congo, this is leaving Ageron in a beautiful position. They already got the year one double, and to be honest, they may even be able to go another +3 here within the next year. +4 if they play their cards right. Yeah. I am really loving it for them.
Yes.
It's a very strong opening for them, I agree. Ogeron, again, talking about initial positions in the tier list, I'm of the opinion that England is at the top of the 25, and Ogeron might just be at the bottom of the 25. They have a lot of conflicts that are just going to happen through them throughout the game, especially in the mid-game, which is where they're going to struggle. However, if Abyssinia is collapsing and they're able to take advantage of their weakened position to come in and just take a lot of the dots away and wrest that center from Ottomans as well, if Portugal is playing nice and allowing them to build a lot of presence on their border in anticipation of Ogeron being able to push in and perhaps even start taking centers like Sakalawa and the rest of Madagascar eventually, Ogeron has a very strong settle here in the early game. I am excited to see if they develop this well.
Yeah,
I hope so. What player was playing Ageron again? Because I remember it being someone fairly noteworthy. It was Aeolus. So yeah, there's a very strong Ageron player here.
Yeah.
Aeolus. Good to see them. They were... Sorry, go ahead.
No, you carry on.
I was just going to mention that Aeolus was watching the Blitz 2 struggle with me. So I imagine that they have seen a lot of that anticipation. As Ogeron especially, you can get really bogged down into nothing more than just stalemate. So if you have a good mine in there and are able to maneuver your fleets and army combos in the region, I think this could be an Ogeron that wrests away this potentially dominant Portugal in South Africa.
Yeah, I completely agree that Azeron is a bottom tier country at the moment. I think the main reason for that is that it's positioned to be a seafaring nation, right? They've got 4 home SCs that are on the sea line, but so it's very, very tempting to go heavily into fleets. But there's nothing for them to take. you build fleets here and you go, oh, I'm taking Zanzibar, and then I might go to Sakalava. Ooh, that's fancy. And then oh yeah, there's Mara. Let's go there, and then I'm just gonna fly into Indian Ocean, and then everyone's gonna come in and take stuff behind me. So
it's a very good point. Unlike someone like another very heavy sea power like say Mapuche, Ogeron just does not have that clear angle of let's get all of my fleets into one area and establish this as a second base of support.
Yes. I think they need to go heavily into armies, and this is a position where they can manage it. Like, usually it's really painful to go heavily into armies as Azeron, because they have the same problem on the army side. There aren't that many centers for their armies to get to, but in this case, these centers have kind of opened up as options for them because of how weak Abyssinia now is. So I think they can get away with it.
Indeed.
Also,
I think this is please go ahead.
Sorry, I did just want to mention, I found it very funny, the discussion that's happening in the commentary booth right now about, yes, you are absolutely correct. If I'm pronouncing this Louis, it should be Sant. It should not be Saint Louis. That is the issue that I've been having.
The comments of us giving it the French pronunciation of Louis and the English pronunciation of Saint.
Sant Louis. I will use that from now on.
That is Anglicization in its purest form, right there.
All right, so let's move on from Africa then.
Yep.
We had a very good discussion there. Let's talk about Asia and the rest of these powers as we move on. I think Mughal. Again, I'm not going to discuss the Yarkland Corps too much because they literally said in their void, I'm doing this for the meme, stop me, and they get a center out of it. This is about as good as a Mughal opening as you can probably expect. Minus the bit going on with Bay of Bengal. Mughal has denied their Bay of Bengal unit from making many progress, and rather than trying to negotiate with Ayutthaya here to make some gains out of it, they've kind of just accepted, just not getting a center from this. Which, in a Blitz game, it's understandable, but I don't particularly agree with that mindset, especially as Mughal, who is going to face a lot of early pressure.
The sad part is that it works out because the English unit in Polyakari did not move to Madurai and just get the free center. It moved back to Madras.
It moves to did it move back to Madras? Really?
Yes, it did.
I think that might be Andhra Coast, or it might be Madras.
I kind of assumed
that arrow was pointing to Madras.
I assumed this was an Andhra Coast move because I could see the reasoning for an Andhra Coast move here, right? You go, Netherlands is supporting themselves into Andaman, Ayutthaya is supporting themselves into Pegu. What is Bay of Bengal going to do, especially considering I'm poising to bounce them out of Hyderabad? It's probably going to Andhra Coast. So you bounce them out here and you go, okay, I'm giving up a center for this, but it's alright because it's keeping the Mughals out of a really good position against me. But Madras doesn't make any sense at all. Why would you do that?
Is Madras just a misorder or something? Hold on, I'm gonna check the order logs to see if that's actually what happened.
It totally is a misorder, right? Because it's Madras and Madurai. They just...
Oh, yeah, they probably put in MAD and then something. Yeah, that's a shame. Yeah, I mean, on the fall retreats, it definitely shows Madras, and I would imagine that would be something they would want to change fairly quickly if it really were that big of an error.
Yep. Map errors. I mean, we're a long way behind at the moment, I think. So I don't see any report in map errors, so I think they did just, like, misorder there. Well, painful for England.
That's incredibly unfortunate. Yeah, very unfortunate for them.
Yeah. Alright, so let's talk through some of the rest of Asia. There's a really important move that's happening over here, I think. Qing taking the Russians out of Karakorum. In combination with Russia walking out of Riga, I really don't see this going well for Russia in the long run.
It's really not great for them.
Yeah. I mean,
I would like to say... Sorry, go ahead.
I was about to say, how many centers did they even gain? Because, okay, so it's not, like, terrible for them. If Safavids took the Ottoman support, then it would be, but, yeah, overall they get Spitsbergen, they get Bakhchisaray, they get Kadbari. So it's not like the end of the world. Those are the only two that they lost for their doubles. So it could be a lot worse, but yeah, still not ideal.
They lost 3 for their double, right? Because they didn't take anything with Kursk.
Oh yeah, Riga. Oh yeah, Kursk. Oh yeah, so it's 4 then, I think.
Wait, so it's 1, 2,
Russia
3 units not taking anything, right?
Yeah, Russia's only going +4 rather than +5 or 6, which is really unfortunate for them. I want to mention one other thing about this move in particular, though. That being that I don't think Qing should take this support in this case, because it might just be me, but I have a feeling that this is a bit of an overextension from Qing, especially with the amount of pressure that they are facing on the East Coast, which we'll get to in a moment. Don't get me wrong. I want to talk about that, but we'll give it a moment. What's going to happen here is that Russia unit is likely going to retreat to Gobi, correct? In which case, as Ming, it's all right. You build unit in Lanzhou, and then you're protected from it. But as Qing, now you have a problem where that Gobi unit is going to move to one of either Hohhot or Outer Mongolia. And in either of those cases, it's going to be a massive nuisance and just be a huge issue. Anytime that you can force 2 or more of an opponent's units to have to defend against one of yours, it really does feel like an advantageous position for you. Even though Russia's not going to get the center here, the ability to have that nuisance army on the Qing front and make them regret taking that support until Russia's forced to disband that nuisance army, it's really going to slow down Qing super heavily.
I don't know about that. So, yeah, I absolutely agree. You generally want to be considering where can things retreat when you take something like this, especially when you do something that's as much of a screw you move as this one is, right? Saying, I'm going to deny you your turn 1 build. You don't want to leave a route into your backline open. I think in this case, given how badly Russia is going to do elsewhere, right, they're clearly not, they're only gaining 4 supply sensors. Right, so are they really going to build here and here? That feels like an overcommitment. They really need units elsewhere. So if they retreat forward into Gobi, they're kind of relying on... Well, they absolutely have to build in both of these provinces. I think in this case, for me at least, because Gobi isn't necessarily going to pick anything up super quickly, I would retreat it into one of these 2 and then build in the other one. If I wanted to build in both, I would probably retreat it to 2 meds so that I at least have some kind of reinforced line against these 2 continuing to advance. Gobi is a really screw you retreat, and it feels a bit too early to go all in on that as Russia, unless they're very angry.
That's very fair. Russia has not had a solid opening to be able to back up a nuisance army.
And the interesting part is that Qing is being attacked from the east, Russia is heavily committing to the west, so this really is the battle between 2 people who don't really want to fight each other. So I find it extremely funny how they are forcing those lines open for both of them, and honestly, I see Ming being the main victor out of all of this because...
Absolutely.
Yeah, Ming don't really have a clear enemy in mind. Granted, they didn't really gain the Macau because both of those units ended up holding. But yeah, I mean, it really is one of those circumstances where Ming is probably going to be the winners of this tension between these two.
Absolutely. We discussed briefly that the hold of Hokkien is likely just that mind game of attempting to get Portugal to retreat out of Hainan and not get anything at all. It's the 50-50 coin flip. Nonetheless, I think, as you said, Ming are incredibly well positioned, and as a fragile power as they are, having that great early game and having people on all sides who seem to want to work with you rather than against you is really good to see for Ming.
Yeah.
For Qing, though,
I wouldn't be surprised here if Ming, Tokugawa, Qing are a triple, like a long-term triple. In which case, Qing's position actually looks pretty fine, right? They put the fleet into Nivix, so it can't really push any further. Tokugawa has the fleet in Koryax to really annoy the Inuit behind their line. And the important thing is if Qing doesn't have to defend on this front, then this war with Russia can work out incredibly well for them, because they can put down another unit, they can take Ikare on this turn, they can help Ming advance in this direction, and they can probably gain quite a lot out of this area, and they can very easily regain Nivix. That's if they don't have to defend themselves. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think that if is a pretty big if, but we'll have to see.
Not to mention Tokugawa did go for Koryax here, so there's that big idea of, hey, Inuit now has to worry about that too. So, yeah, Inuit is not too thrilled about that because they have to worry about Tokugawa pestering them while they are going after Qing, but it's still a good game on our hands.
Absolutely. I'm excited to see how this region develops.
Notably, I think this could have gone into Hawaii. Oh no, someone else was going into Hawaii. Alright, so...
Yeah, Hawaii is typically a youth opening.
Alright.
Let's quickly touch the bottom final portion here, Oceania. Most of it went kind of how we said it would in year one. Most notably, Netherlands established to Portugal. We're either bouncing Andani or you're going for Gilmoregan, and Portugal respected that. And it's just not a fantastic position for Portugal thereafter. You usually are afraid if Netherlands has one of Flores or Dani. Netherlands having both is you've essentially locked yourself out. You have been locked out of this region, which is super bad for Portugal because Oceania is one of the regions where you can thrive if given a good setup.
Yeah. Right. This kind of gameplay as well immediately made me think, King of Prussia is doing his, being very forceful with his opening. And then I looked at who's controlling this. No, this is Damien. This is not what I would have expected from Damien going all in on Portugal early. But hell, it's gonna work, I think. This is a really solid opening.
I'm a little surprised as well. I do kind of wish it was King of Portugal because I just got one more ping from King of Prussia in their chat, which I'm going to copy paste into the commentary booth channel here. I can't put it there. I'll put it in the Popcorn Throwers channel then. This line here, I think, summarizes the Netherlands-Portugal relationship in so many contexts.
Notably,
I hate Portugal so much.
It's substantially further ahead than we are, right? So this is probably from a year further on. But
absolutely. And I imagine we'll see just how much Netherlands is aggravated with Portugal here. But at the very least, looking at just year one as we have seen it, I think Netherlands has a really strong opening in this region, particularly. Their South America went quite well for them overall, as we said as well. I think if they can develop these regions well and keep Africa roughly stable, keep Europe roughly stable against a potentially incoming England-France push. We'll have to see, but I do like Netherlands' position after year one.
Yep.
And same with me.
Absolutely.
All right. As said, though, we're now 2 seasons behind. This typically happens, but we're going to be able to start making a little bit more progress as we start to see players who get a bit farther knocked out of contention, and as we continue to see regions develop in broader strokes rather than individual opening nuances, we are going to speed up here.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to open the winter map. I'm going to very quickly just go over things and have a look, see if there are any particularly interesting builds. Fleet Lemur is an interesting one. I would have expected that to be an army and this to be a fleet, just to get things. I guess actually no, yeah, because you want the army going down this way, and then the fleet going into Gulf of Blackwill.
You want army going into Wamanga here, and the fleet gets the Gulf of Guapoe, or either way, but it's not a huge loss.
This, I assume, means that they're more concerned with Chibido here, so they're anticipating being on the defense, which I think is correct, given that Aymara has so many units, and Spain has very much poked the bear.
Alright. Slightly quickly want to talk about the lack of Portuguese bill in Sao Paulo, given that Guarani is likely going to be very aggressive with them over the next few years. But again, I do not think that's necessarily a mistake. It's something that they could very easily cover moving forward, especially since we did not see much fleet presence from Guarani to put pressure on Rogran Rise. I think they can stonewall Guarani fairly effectively.
I don't know about that, because can't Guarani just take Tupicoim here? Like, what can Portugal even do about it?
They can push it in the spring, or I suppose if Chaparro does move to Jeddah, it does mean that they're gonna have 3 against 2. I was assuming that Minas Geraes moves to Kangag and the ball, and then it would be 2-on-2. But if they force it in the spring here, that is not particularly great for them.
Yeah, the Rio de Janeiro army, I think, would have been better placed in Sao Paulo.
Perhaps a slightly larger mistake than I realized, but I do suppose that we're going to see how that plays out very quickly, at least.
I think what we're seeing here is basically them saying, look, I can't keep this. If you want to go all in on this, then this unit is dead. I don't really care to defend it. I just want to be your friend. So hey, if you're going to take it, that's whatever. I'm even going to build further back just to show, I'm on your side. And then we just hope that negotiation makes them not come any further. I can see that being a good idea here, especially given that, obviously, as Guarani, you're going to be worried about Mapuche's presence down here, and you really need something to change in the diplomatic situation here. You don't want these two aligned, otherwise you are just going to get wiped out of this continent. So I think it can be a reasonable diplomatic move. I don't think they were keeping the center anyway.
Right.
That's very fair to say. Moving on to... Sorry.
No. Go ahead. This is more of a spring thing anyways.
It's all good. Moving on, most things in the Caribbean seem up to par here. I don't see anything too wrong. Then again, I don't think you can mess it up since you're just build fleets most of the time.
Yeah, no fleet in St. Augustine is potentially important. It's saying to England, I'm very friendly. This is really weird. Double fleet on the inside coast of Gulf of Mexico.
Double fleet interior Gulf rather than one fleet Mexico City, one fleet St. Augustine. It's a little, I see perhaps just some diplomatic discussions from England trying to talk them out of building St. Augustine here.
Yeah, see, the only reason I can see for them putting down 2 fleets here is if one of them is going to Gulf of Mexico, the other is taking Belize, right?
To Yucatan, to get Belize.
Yeah, but if you were doing that, then you're doing it with England's permission, presumably, and if I was England, I would say take that with an army, not a fleet. Because, if you come down with a fleet here, and you have fleet here, that's just going to go into my backline. There's nowhere else for that to go.
Right.
So, yeah, we'll see how that turns out in the moves, I guess.
North America, there's one move in particular I want to mention. It's Fleet Chipewon from Athabasca. That is the most aggressive anti-Inuit thing you can signal as Athabasca.
Yeah.
I mean, they already bounce and deny Ina, so I guess now is just the confirmation of, hey, we are really at war with each other now. Be prepared.
Yeah,
Indeed.
I really hate this early war on Athabasca's part. What are you going to gain from this? You can't push out into this area. There's no fleet support unless you get Shoshone to help you. I guess Shoshone probably does help. But still there, it's really slow, and Inuit has these units, like, ready to fortify this front. What are you gonna get from here? There's, like, one fleet that you've got against... This is Inuit's Fleet Central. You're never getting into Hudson Bay. So, I don't love this war.
Yeah, it's certainly not going to be fast developments.
Yeah. Not to mention, they already annoyed France by bouncing them out of Cree, and I think there's some conflict going on there between Atha and France, so I think Atha is maybe biting a bit more than they can chew.
Yep, I agree. There's no other builds here that particularly stand out? Anything you want to comment on? Just call it out.
No, I think that all looks fairly standard. Peeking ahead to Europe, most of it seems about what we're expecting given the conflicts that we have seen. Sweden is reinforcing their presence in Baltic Sea in order to further press against Poland. Russia is fortifying their lines both to protect them against any Safavid Ottoman cooperation and also to push further into Poland. I'm a little curious about Fleet Trieste from Austria. That's about it, though. Most of the rest of this seems about what we're thinking.
Yeah, I think these are going to push in on Spain here. Yeah.
Again, Ottoman really wants to secure their half of the Med.
What do we think Army Sarajevo is doing here? Because that just feels like a unit that could just alliance breaker. You know, it could move into Slavonia against Austria, except Austria is having a great game and you don't want to piss them off.
Absolutely. I think, hear me out here, convoy to Naples in the fall. You get a unit set up in Ionian Sea to establish presence there, and then you have 2 power on Naples. You're either forcing Spain to just hold that unit in Tyrrhenian Sea and never do anything productive with it, or you can convoy into Naples, further start to push that unit that, if you're allied with Austria and you don't want that unit on the front line with them, perhaps pushing that into a more promising front.
See, I don't think that's a more promising front, right? If you put an army in Naples, it can't really help you on Tyrrhenian Sea, and most importantly here, if you use Straits of Otranto to convoy this turn, you're not guaranteed to get into Ionian Sea, which is... You really want to guarantee this province on this turn. I think if you put the army here, you're road-blocking Austria in, and you're saying, you know, we're going to be at war eventually, and if you're saying that, you may as well just attack Austria straight up.
Right. Yeah, I think I prefer the Sarajevo fleet build over anything because you built Fleet Tunis, so you don't have that fleet, or you built Army Tripoli, so you don't have that fleet build there to contest things. So I think that just going heavy fleets here, you know, forcing yourself into Ionian Sea and then forcing yourself into Naples, and I'm fairly certain you could get some Austrian help there, but then again, as you said, the fleet build in Trieste is basically signaling that tensions between the two have started to increase and that their alliance is not really much of that.
Very fair points.
Yeah, we had a point made in the chat, Tremor, really good point. 3 fleets from Sweden, when they already have Baltic control to some extent. That is quite fleet heavy, definitely going to make Russia very, very happy. Yeah. But also...
As Russia, you love to see it, for sure. I don't think it's a terrible option from Sweden, though. It's putting a lot of, hey, I'm trying to make as much gain in early as possible rather than setting up for potential mid-game lines. But as Sweden, if you can establish this area as strongly defensible early, it is very nice to not have, you know, the constant pressure from Russia or England going in and just having to defend that area for the entire game.
Yep. I think it does position them to be quite a strong fleet threat to England, which hopefully dissuades England from even trying to go in here. That would be the main advantage to this. I think I would prefer armies just to get ready to convoy over here, but I can see if they want to keep Russia on side, that might not be the best idea. Yeah, the other thing pointed out, no one's in Florence, so Austria is just going to get free Florence. Really, really nice for them.
As Austria, having that line is very nice.
Yep.
Yeah, Austria just has an amazing game here. They only really need to worry about Spain entering Rome here, but they're not going to do that. Spain is too occupied with the Ottomans. Austria
With as many fleets on Ionian, absolutely.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And yeah, Austria just has an amazing game so far. Poland is unable to touch them, so I can even see that Austria winning a potential war against France here, which is almost unheard of, just pushing down the France line.
I think that's something I want to discuss in a second here. I peeked ahead at these other builds, and there's one thing I want to question, but that idea of France potentially being at a disadvantage on the line with Austria and Florence, that is something that I think is a small thing that is good to note right here, because I think it could have a very big impact further down the line.
Gotcha.
We'll discuss why I think that in a moment, though.
Yeah, let's just go around and talk about the rest of the builds for now, all right? So moving down into Africa, everyone in this area builds here, which is certainly going to be, going to continue to be a Thunderdome here. This is despite Portugal not actually gaining anything with this unit, so they are going full in on this front and costing themselves something somewhere else, probably this unit right here.
Everyone thinks they can develop this region, which means, as we all know, none of them are going to end up doing it.
Fleet Michele.
Yeah, I want to talk about Fleet Michele because I don't hate it. I don't hate it. So let's think about it this way: you've bounced and kept that Red Fleet in Red Sea. You have to watch out for that. If you can, and they did push for Fleet Build Mecca, which is unfortunate, but if you imagine that build Fleet Mecca as instead build Army Mecca, which I doubt would happen, but could have happened, forcing Gulf of Tidora into Red Sea, disrupting the presence that Ottomans have on that very devastating tile right next to your home center, I think that might have potentially worked. Again, it's not a good position for Abyssinia. We were already discussing how we don't even know how we would defend in this situation, but I don't hate Fleet Michele.
Yeah, I don't fault it at all. Like, I think that in this position, there's no good build. And knocking the Ottomans out of Red Sea is certainly a nice thing to do. You just have to look at this and go, I have nothing defending my home centers if I build this fleet. Like, there's no... I have to collapse my armies from the outside to try and defend this, and then I just lose the front line. Like, there's... I feel like it had to be an army to try and hold this area, but hey... the army
just
wouldn't have done
anything...
that much.
You gotta try something when you're in a desperate position.
I mean, that's fair, Sports. I understand that a good deal, but... I mean, still, you need something to contest Oxium, and are you really threatening to support Michele into Red Sea? Because Oxium may just tap Michele here, just to prevent Gulf of Tendori from entering the Red Sea in the event of the Mecca army build. But still, I mean, dude, I mean, you're right. We probably would have found some fault in any Abyssinia build. There was nothing really good, but... yeah, there's very little that can be done here. I think Meme's right, where you just need to collapse in the outer armies into the inside and just hope Congo doesn't take Darfur like they bounced you into Zande.
Yeah, agreed. It's no matter which way you shake the can, it's not going to fall in your favor. This situation. Ajuran built Army Marig. It looks like they will be taking advantage and pushing potentially into Sadamo. Again, good for Ajuran, though.
Yeah. Really love Ajuran's position here.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. We'll see full build down here from Portugal. Full build from France. Obviously, full build from Congo. They were always going to.
I actually want to discuss, though, the full build from France specifically in this situation. I think, especially given that they did not build anything in Marseille this turn, I think that they should have only built one unit here, given they made less progress than standard in this region in the beginning of the game. I do not think that this is a good region for France to try and be developing at this moment, because right now, all they're saying with these builds is, hey, Portugal, you know how I didn't take Mapondo or Cape Coe in year one? Yeah, I want them. And Portugal's not going to like that. They're not going to want you in there at this point. They saw that you denied it. It's theirs now. Should have taken it while you had the chance.
And especially the Delagoa army build, definitely declaring that you're going to take one of the two. So it's... the France is not very clear what they want to do. First, they wanted to go Indian Ocean, be a nuisance, but then now they're coming back saying, oh no, I actually wanted this place pretty heavily. Portugal should definitely look at that in suspicion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
One of those situations where an early misplay can just snowball into so much more later in the game, but it's not unsalvageable. I just would have rather seen French builds elsewhere.
It's so painful to not full build in a colony like this, though, because if you don't full build in this colony, you're basically saying, I'm never gonna extend out of this colony, right? Where am I gonna go? If I have no fleet pressure, if I just say, I'm gonna sit in my centers and use these to fund somewhere else, eventually someone is gonna come in and take that from me. If I go, okay, I want to establish control over the South Africa, you can't get that unless you have heavy fleet control. It feels like an overinvestment, but at the same time, I feel like if you don't overinvest, this colony is not gonna do anything until it dies. So
that's very fair.
It's gonna be a question of, is it going to be worth it for them to keep this colony strong when they're giving up European builds to do it right now, especially with Austria being so strong here?
Something that was pointed out in the chat, Army Reunion actually doesn't seem as bad as it could have been, because Reunion convoying to South Africa, It has some merits.
I could see it.
Hate it. I definitely don't hate it. I think if you were to do that, small nitpick, you build army for Dolphin instead. So if that plan doesn't work out, you're not stranded with an army on a fleet-only tile that's going to prevent you from building. It's a small nitpicky thing. I don't hate the idea, though.
I think Army Fort Dauphin is going to make Portugal very angry immediately. Army Reunion... You could maybe get away with it, but then Army Reunion, you are saying, I'm gonna try and contest this area anyway. So, maybe you go armies in
Portugal's not liking you. Either case, Portugal is going to be like, bro, that's not cool.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
All right.
Okay.
We're talking about builds more than I expected. This is good, though.
Yeah, alright. So,
there's some good builds here.
Yeah. I do want to point out, and this is me potentially looking ahead, but you can see it on the screen there. We did, in fact, see retreat into Gobi from Russia.
Oh,
and I'm sorry to jump the gun there, but that's retreat Gobi and double army build over there.
Bloody
I'm a little surprised to see Russia dedicate those forces in like that, but Russia has 5?
Wait,
Russia's an 8 center starter. Russia's an 8 center starter, not a 7 center starter. I thought they were a 7 center starter. My bad. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense then, as far as where they're putting pressure.
Yeah.
I do still think that they are not defended against Safavid near enough, and if Safavid pushes in, Russia is going to regret these builds, but it makes slightly more sense.
Right, Safavid is in a lovely position here, especially like Tehran to Turkmenistan, just heavily going up against Russia. Russia literally just left their core wide open, heavy on both sides, but just cut down the middle, end it all.
Yeah. Turkestan is guaranteed this year if they want it. Like, Russia has nothing on that. And once you're in Turkestan, you have Siberian tundra. And once you have that, Russia is entirely split. And that's a nightmare for them.
Yeah. So Safavid has two very good options right here, right? They can go against Russia, and I think they can gain a lot there. They can also just walk in against Ottomans, and I think that would do super well as well, and they'd then be hard aligned with Russia. Remember, they didn't take the Ottoman support on the previous turn, so Russia is probably quite happy with them right now. They have a weaker ally who is never going to attack them, and a jump on these centers here, maybe that works out for them just as well. So maybe Russia isn't as screwed as I initially thought they were. We'll have to see how it goes. This is just... I really think it should have gone here, but it is one hell of a YOLO.
I don't. As I said in the fall turn, I don't think it's terrible at applying such a nuisance pressure against Qing, who is already facing pressure from Inuits here. I don't hate it, but I do have to agree. I probably would have seen some resistance against a potential Safavid push. I think regardless of how it goes, Safavid is set up very nicely. They have a lot of builds. They have a lot of pressure. Whichever direction they go, they're going to find success, I feel.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, other builds. We've got northern builds here. Ming gets an excuse to build Army Peking with Gobi being here because they need to cover Hohhot and Lanzhou. This is bad news for Qing because that can very easily pivot.
You love to see it as Ming, and as Qing, you are desperate.
Mm-hmm.
Please, 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 Ming, just don't push into Shangjing. I beg of you. Please, please, please. And Ming's like, yeah, totally. Anyways, push.
You can see.
To be honest, I'm not a.
Oh, sorry, go on.
Or I'm not a fan of the Haishinwai fleet build from Qing because you have so many threats going on right now. You are under pressure from both the north and the west, and the northeast from Inuits. Now is not the time to be worrying about Tokugawa and potential plays that can be made there. You need to do something, either take Nivix with Army Haishinwai just to guarantee it, or Army Shangjing just to be able to claim to Ming that, hey, you're going there anyway, to try to bounce Russia, so you do not need to worry about Ming potentially getting in there.
Yeah.
I think I might have to disagree and say that I do entirely hate it. Imagine, if you will, what happens if that is not Fleet Haishinwai there, and Inuit moves Nipchis into Strait of Tartay in the spring. I think that well, not game over for Qing. That is just a solid amount of pressure that Inuit can apply, that it's a reasonable defense tile to claim and be able to show Inuit, I can defend this potential opening that you have. Don't push it. I do not hate the option there.
Yeah, I do think it's exclusively against Inuit here. It's not against Tokugawa. This is maybe it's not the most obvious connection, but this is a really dangerous connection if they come down into this area.
I have to agree. I want to mention one thing that I mentioned in Blitz 2, that being building 3 fleets as Ayutthaya in year 2. It's something that I wholeheartedly disagree with, especially in a Blitz environment. You are allowing Ming to walk all over you if they decide that they want to. Given Ming's not in Bamo, Ming's not in Hanoi, you have time, they're not applying pressure. But not having another army to be able to apply counter pressure or defend yourself against a potential Ming explosion, it's risky.
Yeah, This as well. West Coast, really, I don't see how they push out into Netherlands very effectively here. Right? They've already got Pegu, and there's 3 units here. Is that on the West Coast, or is it the bug where it...
That is West Coast. That is West Coast, not Sea.
They don't have space to push in with these 3 fleets. That's just a wasted unit. I don't like that.
Not particularly pleasant. Not particularly pleasant. I think most everything else there on builds is about what we're expecting, though. 3 fleets Netherlands in this region, again, establishing dominance and establishing this as a core area that they're going to see success in. I think this is good for them. Otherwise, I think that's about it. Do y'all want to do anything before we move into the spring turn? Do we want to try and assess powers and see where we think everything's going, or shall we just move on?
I think we're far behind enough that we should just move on.
Yeah, a tier list sounds amazing, but they said that the first break is happening in 47 minutes at the end of year 3, and we just got done with year 1, so...
Alright, we might have to be a little quicker. We're going at Diplostrat speeds here. We're doing this in 4 episodes over a month.
Well, you know what? Good things to say then. We have things that are good to say.
Yeah. Alright, well, let's start where we always start. South America. Oof.
Yes, Mapuche push! Mapuche sweep!
That is a painful position for Guarani.
Let me check in real quick to make sure the Guarani I'm playing against in my game is in the call here. We're good. All right, I love this push from Mapuche. Mapuche needs to apply aggressive pressure against Guarani early game, because otherwise you are boxed into a lot of your potential mid and late game growth. Having this immediate just full send against Guarani, especially with Guarani bogged down on a Portuguese front. I love it.
Yeah. I was initially mentioning earlier that, or I was going to mention that if Guarani really did push into to Piquim, then Churai going into Rio Grande would just be death. However, I didn't mention that because you left yourself so open to Mapuche, and my god, did they take advantage of it.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Weirdly, I think this is actually really bad for Portugal, because it means that Guarani now has no choice but to try and take the second build to stabilize, right? Which they should have kept something adjacent to try and hold this on its retreat. But
and Amara supports themselves into Witchy as well.
There's some fun stuff happening with Aymara here, but I want to... Look at this.
Wait, and they supported Madeira and Nequetia, and then didn't take the order in.
Yeah.
Aymara,
yeah,
no!
I saw that.
Yes.
Yeah, Aymara has not had that great of a turn, but wow, the Aymara-Spain war is heating up.
Yeah, this is just
Spain. Well, the problem for Spain, though, is that Spain trained nearly all of their units. Peru Basin doesn't get in, which means Galapagos doesn't get in. Quito doesn't get in, which means Pagoda doesn't get in. This is not a good turn for Spain either.
Yes, but
Yeah.
this is funny. And they can't take it back, right? Because you've got Guayaquil and Axura against Wamonga and Choima, and you can cover Lima as well. So Aymara is down 1. Ultimately, I'm not sure that's going to help that much, but
all I'm hearing is Mapuche sweep. That's all I'm hearing. I want to very briefly mention 2 bounces that you can see on your screen. Belém and Kalina bouncing in Sierra Rise between Netherlands, France, and the potentially less expected bounce in South Atlantic between Maritstad and one of the North Atlantic units there.
Yeah. That's one of those cases where you forgot to talk to the other person who could get into the South Atlantic unit.
Yeah.
It's not worth a bit of my precious blitz time to coordinate this, even though, there's no shot we'll go to the same one, right?
Yeah. Welcome to the option of just picking number 4.
Just reminds me of the time when me and Ezio in the Blitz game accidentally bounced in an AO3 with our units on opposite sides of the Atlantic.
That was incredible. I love that. Okay. One other thing I want to point out is Poland attempting to side Netherlands to move into Orinoco. Poland's facing a fair amount of pressure here from Spain, but as we said, they can defend the Caracas units somewhat easily here, and that's what they're taking. I don't think Netherlands should have taken it, but it's interesting that Poland offered the support.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, to me it makes sense because the logical decision for Spain, after seeing that Bogota army build, is to move into Orinoco and guarantee Caracas. So from Poland's perspective, you just want to do anything to get the Dutch to move into Orinoco, and if you know your support is likely not going to matter to begin with, then you may as well just do it.
That's very fair. That is incredibly fair as well. Luckily for Poland, Spain took the funny option this turn and trained a lot of their units.
Yes. I'm curious
It works for them.
This was an attempt to get into position to kill the French units, now that I'm looking at it, because they did move into J to backfill Bellum. They're in Carib to potentially go into... They can put 2 on Kalina here, right?
I think absolutely. That's that pressure to try and just completely pop this French overseas territory and just remove it.
Yes. And you'll note they are moving against the French with English assistance up here. So...
See, that's interesting. That's interesting.
There are some other interesting things happening in the Caribbean.
I did not see that. Shout outs to the board developing to an England-Netherlands alliance. I don't want to criticize anything, but that is a very common alliance that we see, and I don't think Netherlands is the winner of that alliance when it goes long. But again, there are definitely options that you have as Netherlands in this situation. You got England to support you into Mona Passage there. You're likely going to be the one putting direct pressure against the French forces on Cape Haitian and Saint Domingo. It can work out, and you can gain that centers there. If England was the one gaining the centers in that region, I would be very wary of Netherlands being able to stay alive. But since it seems that England is supporting them Netherlands can get a stronger hold.
Mm-hmm. Right, and I just took a look at Europe, and I need to say that Damien Reeves, King of Prussia's idea that you really need to be concerned about the England-France. Whatever they did to get England on board with them as Netherlands, my God, did it work, and it pissed Spain off. France. It pissed France off.
I don't understand what's going on with France here, because France supports the English unit into English Channel, right?
France supports England and Netherlands supports themselves in the Southern Bight.
Okay,
so hold on.
I'm thinking actually this... Okay, no, they do move against France here, but only a little. I think this is all like a fake war between England and France. They're saying, hey, yeah, Netherlands, I'll support you into Mona Passage here, and then they arrange with France for it to bounce, and then they'll try and... Well, no, they can't actually get into anything here. But it doesn't feel like a real war, because they're going all in on Spain at the same time, and you can't fight both of those. That doesn't... Like, that's...
Yeah, that's... I don't know what to make of that. That's a lot of aggressive moves at the same time, some of which don't make sense. To point out, Belize to Mexico City is a misorder and will not go through, to point out very quickly, but
yes,
I'm curious,
That's
I'm not
actually
sure what to
a
make
crucial misorder, because bouncing out of Yucatan here would mean that you could potentially keep Belize. As it is, I think you can't.
Now it's just a lost territory, which is not good for you.
I guess you could potentially guess a brace on it, right? If you support Belize out into Gulf of Honduras and hope that they're going in with one with support. But it's a 50-50 if you're doing it that way.
Right. But also you have to keep in mind, England got into Bay of Panama here, which is huge because that's just threatening so much of Spain, you know. You're threatening to go to Panama, you're threatening to enter Cartagena if Spain supports it out again and Poland doesn't defend, which, I mean, looking at it now, it's not a threat, but it could have totally been had spring moves gone differently.
Yeah. And Spain's going to lose St. Augustine as well here, right? With the support coming from Catalba. In fact...
Indeed, and Chitamacha holding there is just really unfortunate. It's Spain saying that they have no intention of moving any further, either north or east. So they're likely just going to... While they're making ground against England, they're also just going to lose a lot to England.
Yes. Okay, there's more evidence here that England is actually fighting France and Spain at the same time. I feel like that's just a lot to commit to, but if they think they can manage it, good on them. They forced their way into Cape Mules here, which is they have a guarantee on Port Royal, and that can potentially get them into St. Lawrence, which is pretty critical in France's line.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed, that it's a tile that puts a lot of pressure on French home centers here, and I think England stands the benefit still, especially with Spain having a couple of sloppy moves that results in them losing St. Augustine and not making progress against the other front they're fighting. I don't know. I'm interested. I'm curious. Again, I'm still just not sure how to think about all this because, again, France supported the move into English Channel. And I'm not sure what France is doing, and I'm not sure what England is doing, and I'm very curious.
I assume England must have just asked to come here to block the Dutch moves, and so France supported them in, but at the same time England just stabs them, right? It's... because England doesn't defend against these Dutch units here, so they must have just agreed to let that happen. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well,
but going back to North America for a second, let's look at Athabasca and Inuit's relations because, wow, Athabasca is starting to be attacked from Ute now, and they definitely pissed off France earlier, though don't know how much France can actually commit after this turn because, or I guess France does have a little bit of time, but they really have to be worried about England at the moment, and Athabasca just completely not doing well against the Inuit. They did manage to correctly guess the bounce in Nunavut, but I have no idea what they were thinking about with Tolocho. There's no way they would have been able to get into Chipewyan. You know, Inuit was definitely going into both Hudson Basin and Nunavut, so I don't know what they were thinking with Tolocho trying to backfill it.
Yeah, two things to note here. Chipewyan would have been better as an army, it could still have done this bounce, and it could then actually defend things inland, right? Whereas here, it can only defend this province, which isn't even a supply center. The other thing to note is because of what you mentioned here, Tilicho going to Chipewyan instead of Sutina or anything similar to that, or Palatuok. Sutina was the important one here. If they had gone to Sutina, they had a... No, they don't even, because Shoshone has this unit coming up north. But as is, they just can't defend Ojikri, because France has 2 on it and can cut Cree. So, because there's nothing that's even in position to support hold that unit. This is a fleet, this is not here. It's the fleet is really committal, and I think it's what you naturally want to do when you're fighting Inuit, but at the same time, I think this is just a good reason why you say don't fight Inuit early, until you can get the jump on them, right? Certainly not while they're building a ton, because this fleet doesn't do anything.
Right.
Yeah.
Indeed. I think this is not a benefit for Athabasca here.
Well, yeah, I think Athabasca is going to die, is my slightly further read on that.
Yeah,
right.
Athabasca.
I think we should move on to Europe, though, here. I want to discuss the push-ins. A lot of people are moving in with a lot of pressure here. And I think for some, that's going to benefit very nicely, and for some, they are going to regret their decisions immediately. If we look at France and Austria, for instance, France has signaled very heavily, hi, I'm fighting to take the Netherlands capital here. And Austria has said, hi, I'm fighting to push in against the French here. And I think Austria wins that engagement. I think Austria is going to have a lot of ground to make up and gain here in France. And again, part of that comes back to no army build in Marseille. They're going to let Austria get a lot of presence on their front here. They support themselves into Stuttgart here, so they're going to have pressure on Strasbourg. It's not particularly looking good for the French.
Yep.
Really don't.
Okay. I was about to say maybe they can force it with Dutch help, but they cannot. It's a 3-on-3 on Strasbourg right now, so sadly there is no one losing centers just yet. But as soon as the Chur unit goes into Bern, then that's a completely different story.
Mhm.
Yeah. And I don't think France is going to get builds to be able to put stuff here this turn. I haven't looked at what's going on in Madagascar. Oh, it looks like they managed to keep peaceful with Portugal and just take Mapondo. So they are going to get a build there, but I think they're going to lose elsewhere, given this situation.
Indeed.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, they may even grab Cape Koa here, but yeah, so it does look like they're going positive because Congo is definitely going to try to go after Kalahari here, tap it again, most likely. So I can see this as being a very good win for France. And yeah, scrolling back up, maybe they can actually defend Europe pretty well against the Austrians, especially if they build like Army Dijon. I think things start to stabilize.
Yeah.
Maybe, but I really, if it was just Austria and maybe just Austria and Netherlands there, I think I would agree. But I do not think England being an English channel is anything that is going to result in a positive outcome for France.
That's fair.
I don't think France is going to enjoy having that unit be contesting Nantes for potentially forever, or just forcing them out of Iberian Current.
Mhm.
I mean, they already got forced out of Iberian Current. Never mind. Portugal got
They're
it.
going. Yeah, they're very likely retreating into Nantes here or Bay of Biscay to try to tap Nantes. You know,
Mhm.
it's not looking too good. But one thing I do want to mention before we move on, just scroll up to Spitsbergen for a second and get some flashbacks about Blitz 2. You know,
Okay. All right.
Uh,
Yeah. Well, frontline cores. Let's get them in, baby. Let's get them in.
yeah, didn't even bother tapping one of the English units, and now both of them are just going to enter Spitsbergen and say, hey, thank you for the free center because you did
Yeah.
not contest it.
Yeah, I'm seeing some arrows elsewhere that make me think that this is the least of Russia's problems right now, but we'll get to that in a second.
Yeah.
Um,
Let's talk about Russia. Let's talk about Russia.
Okay.
I do not think Russia. I know we talked about Russia's building and really just hoping that Sofovitz don't apply pressure here, but I mean Russia, my pal, my fellow, my friend here. Did you expect something other than this to happen? Because I don't know what to tell you here. It's not pleasant. You straight up retreated out of Turkestan, but it's not good for you. It's not pleasant. And their bent gets to apply pressure now, and they just backfilled their bent to keep the triple going there. Okay. Glorious plays from Sofovit here. Russia is not going to enjoy this.
Yeah, Russia is not doing too well over there, but if you look to Russia's west and with Poland, what's going on with Poland? Everything that I thought would happen, the complete opposite has happened. They used Kiev to support Bakhchistri into Poltava, thus losing Jassy to the Ottomans because Kiev didn't defend Jassy, but thus Kiev trusting Russia to go into Poltava, and now Russia moved Moscow to Varennes to now take back Kiev. What?
So this
And
Kiev supported Ocherkiv to Poltava, right? It was trying to put the Ottomans in here.
okay.
So the Ottomans took advantage of that to take Jassy, knowing that Kiev wouldn't be support holding it. So that is a 1+ for the Russian here, as they managed to get Ottomans on side against Poland. But
Okay,
They
I
get
misread that
Ottomans against
support.
Poland, but again, considering Ottomans tried to support Sofovitz into
Yeah.
territory attack again. I don't think Ottomans are on side with the Russians as much as they are against the Poland.
Yeah, they're taking advantage of various spaces. I find it very funny that Safavid didn't bother taking the support and just walked past it.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, considering Krakow went to Bakhtarasi and considering that Turkestan just completely backed out, I think Safavids fully saw that Russia was willing to just let them walk in and take the very advantageous position.
Mhm.
Safavid just has the entirety of the Caspian Sea and didn't even need to build Fleet Tehran to take it. Good for them.
Yeah, I don't even really fault Russia too much for what they're doing here, because, like, it feels to me like this was a sacrifice that they said to Safavids, hey, you know, to keep you on side, I probably need to give you a center here because it's too tasty for you to just come in. I'll give you Turkestan, I'll walk out, just stay on my side because I am under so much pressure that I'm going to die if you attack me. And Safavids just goes, yeah, I'll take it, and I'll attack you anyway. And there's not much you can do about that, because in a situation like this, you have to trust someone, and they just trusted the wrong person, I think.
Yeah, how's that meme go? There's the cake of offering all of these centers to Russia, and then there's the cake of Russia presenting another potential opportunity by vacating Turkestan. And Safavid just looks at it and goes, 2 cakes!
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
And
I'm
interested.
one thing I want to mention before we move on is Sweden and Poland. Just wow. Poland managed to completely push back against Sweden here, and now there's this sea line versus or there's this line with Sweden controlling the sea, Poland controlling the land, and no one can really make any progress. So Sweden's stab on Poland did not go as expected, but granted, Poland is paying the punishment to their south because they just lost Jassy, they're losing Kyiv, they're also going to lose Vilno, so it's not looking too good there in exchange.
Yeah. Poland clearly has the diplomatic victory on this turn, at least, having Austria on side and getting the Netherlands to go into Kiel here with their support. So good turn from Poland, but yeah, it's just not good on the other front. Like, Russia and Sweden are very locked in together, and this is a hell of a line that they have. Poland has to hope that Russia just folds to this very, very quickly.
It's not particularly the best. Okay. Apologies to keep us moving forward here, but so this is on the recording here. The GMs and the Angels have decided that we are actually going to break slightly earlier than intended in order to have more time thereafter to fit 4 years worth of turns after the break, which is great, but it just means that we have to catch up a little slightly. So I want to try and lightning round the rest of the pressure that we're seeing here. Africa, Fleet Michele pays off, kind of. It defended fairly effectively this turn. Not fantastically, mind you, but considering the situation they're in, it's not a terrible pressure to apply. And it's going to prevent them from losing as much. I mean, Azeron denied move to Sadamo, so... well, they also moved to Badu, so maybe, perhaps not within favor. We'll see.
I think the problem here is that they're going to... they've still got a 50-50 on Red Sea and Swerkin trying to go into Michele on the next turn. And Axum is just going to walk into Gondar. So it's still painful. Yeah. It's a good payoff for this turn, at least. The bigger payoff is that they have Ajuran on side. Ajuran did not go into Sidamo and try and attack them. And they are going against Congo, which I think is a huge diplomatic victory for Abyssinia and is exactly what they needed to start trying to turn this around. Especially getting Netherlands on side as well.
Right.
Getting a lot of pressure to just get piled onto Congo here. Congo, hate to mention, by the way, Mabanza, already cord, buddy. You don't need to put that order in. Just letting you know. You could have moved that unit to Luongo to apply a lot of pressure onto Fernando Po. I'm not gonna spend time on it though. I'm interested that England got double supported into Mali. I'm curious how relations are going to play out there as far as that is concerned. I don't know where that's going to end up going. I don't know if that's English favored or if that's French favored or even Ottoman favored. I don't entirely know how that's going to play out in one particular side's favor.
Notably, I was completely wrong about what the French were going to do here. I thought they were going to go north and try and get the Poles to go south, but they went into Fulani, which only gives them pressure on Mali, which they've already given to England, so I don't know what their plan is. That's a little confusing.
Not sure what the French is doing in that position with those units.
Yeah.
Yep.
We've already discussed briefly about Congo and how they plan to. The move to Cape Basin is just more pressure on Kalahari and is going to apply a lot of the pressure there to try and get the Portuguese units to not have a strong grip on the southern portion of the continent. But Congo's facing enough pressure from every other one of their neighbors that it probably is not going to be super beneficial to them to dedicate so many units to the southern front.
Yeah. France establishing position here, we've already talked about, right?
And worked out for them. Good pressure.
Yeah, 2 units in Indian Ocean now. These are always fun. They could go anywhere. Who knows?
I'm more interested in Fleet Ceylon to Gulf of Mannar there. That's a fun one from the Dutch.
That is, and I have no idea what it's going to do. I assume they saw Open Madurai and went, "Ooh, I'll take that."
Probably.
Yeah.
It contests Maldives. If you're playing against Portugal here, it's not terrible pressure to apply because then Portugal's not contesting Sumatra or potentially trying to move into something like a coast basin. We'll see.
Yeah, and speaking of which, Mughals are definitely going up against Portugal here because it looks like England is now turning on Portugal and India. And because Portugal forgot to move Bellari into Hyderabad like they supported, now Mughals have this amazing position against them, and it looks like Portugal is going down in SC, even if, or I guess they may be able to go neutral, but it'll be tough.
I think Portugal loses Goa here. If with England moving into right, sure, they're gonna just tap Bellari.
Yep.
That or support England.
Sorry, notably England was working with Netherlands elsewhere, right? So they probably are going to lose Madurai as well. To these two together. Yeah. Really
very good from Mughals.
Downpour, do you want to keep talking us through what's going on here? Just like speed
Sure.
around.
Yeah, we see the core in Fusan, which is interesting, and the Kyoto move to Tsushima, screaming that, hey, I'm going for Pyongyang. You know, I don't know if the Ming are going to support them there. I think I would be down for that as the Ming, supporting Tsushima into Pyongyang, just because it means that it just means that Tokugawa still doesn't have a great time going against you, and getting that pressure against Qing would be very nice. And besides that, I mean, just general moves. Ayutthaya had the Congo line stopped because of the Dutch and the Mughals working together, but they continue to press into Malacca, and it does appear like there's a big Ayutthaya Dutch fight, which is sad to see because I was really hoping on them allying and doing the super rare Dutch Ayutthaya alliance. But yeah, I mean, overall, very interesting.
It hasn't seemed to work out. I want to mention one more thing before we move past it here. Can we discuss the Russian Gobi unit? Because it did the option I wasn't expecting, but honestly, genuinely might be the best option. Instead of trying to be a nuisance fleet moving to Outer Mongolia or potentially Huhat, it's sniping Turfan out from Ming. And I think that's a very solid choice to move into here.
Yeah, I don't think it was an attempted snipe. It was just a support cut, right, to make sure that they take Karakorum.
Right.
But yeah, I think it's very smart. But you could have done this from 2 meds, and you don't have the worry of people going up this
True. True. Heads on one, tails another, you know? Inuit has played their position very interestingly here. They hold Nikchivs and get into Sea of Oktoks here.
I think they bounce Sea of
Oktoks. The support is cut.
Yeah.
Oh, support's cut. Sorry. Maybe I do need more coffee. Okay. Inuits at the very least holding their position that they're threatening on the side with, and while Toku has gotten into Kuril Sea is not threatening Inuits. It's more so even threatening Qing and its position on the island of Sahalayan. I'm getting more coffee on the break.
Yeah. I think this is looking a lot better for Inuits than I had expected. We'll see where this unit in NPO 3 goes. If it goes up here, then there may be some problems for them. But yeah, nothing looks horrendous right now. This unit in Amur could potentially push into Nivix here. So it is guaranteed for Qing if they want it, but they have to risk Chichihar to do that. I was a bit surprised not to see this go to Ikkari and then this thing try and hold Karakoram. But it makes sense if they want to be focusing this way, right?
Mm-hmm.
There are so many tactics between Qing and Russia here. Qing can grab Yakutsk, Russia can grab Chikar. Russia could also try to take Ikkari and support themselves into Karakorum. But just so much is going on to account for that you could probably look at this position for 30 minutes to an hour and still not be satisfied that you've covered everything that's possible here.
Yeah,
I think that's a very fair point here. I want to address one more thing before we move on to the next map, though. Can we please scroll down a smidge more and look at Netherlands coring Flores?
I'm not moving anything to support it.
Now, I promised myself going into this session that I was going to try and be largely polite to everyone because I actually got a bit of backlash because I spent a lot of negativity in the last Blitz game I commentated because there were a lot of these forward cold cores and holds. However, I believe this is King of Prussia. This is Damien. In either case, I think both of them will understand and be appreciative of the fact of me going in against them. You have advantage! You are pushing advantage against Portugal. You have them in the box, and especially with Mapuche sitting down there in Waruk, you need to keep applying that pressure, pop their unit, get their presence completely eliminated from this region. And instead, you have backed off of your pressure. You have attempted to move to Solomon Islands, a territory that does you no benefit, when instead you could have confirmed moving into Halmahera Spee against the Spanish army there. And instead of trying to apply pressure, secure the very important tile of Coral Sea, you have cored Flores. Makassar didn't even move in against the front. It moved to Java Sea in order to, put 3 units on the 1 unit of pressure Sambas is applying? You don't need that there. You can apply all of that unit pressure into Portugal to secure the bottom right corner of the map as fully within your control. Maybe a little bit of fight from Mapuche, but you will not have to worry about Portugal. And instead, now you've allowed Portugal to put 2 units on Flores, a tile that you no longer can defend at all. And instead of trying to apply some sort of back pressure and keep Portugal on your side by forcing them into submission, you're in Solomon Islands. Like, come on!
So I'm going to push back on this just a little. I think that the reason for this is that they knew that Ayatai were coming against them from all the fleet builds, right? Clearly they had some knowledge that Spain were moving. I don't know why they were at war with Spain at this point. It's not like they've really fought much anywhere else. But they seem to be fighting here, and if they're at war with Spain, I don't think they have the space to contest this. What this looks like to me is this vacating here is going, Portugal, go to Dani. This is your centre. You gave, maybe it was an agreed thing in the first year, and they were like, okay, you can take Dani temporarily, and then I'll give it back to you, right? I think that's the idea here. They have Coral, they're telling Portugal, go Coral to Dani, and then they can't take Flores, right? So, I agree with you. I think if they could peace out with Spain, this would be perfect, getting rid of Portugal from this corner, but it's fully possible that the way that this is played out means they can't do that.
Right.
I think I prefer sports here, or at least the things that they spoke about, because, I mean, especially Batavia to Timor Sea, supporting Dani into Coral Sea, or Flores supporting either Dani or Batavia in. That's just so good. You may need to worry about Ayutthaya a little bit, but Ceylon isn't doing much in Gulf of Mannar. It's a very nice tile to be in, but go into Inno so that you can at least maybe defend Sumatra, something. And I mean, I agree, Spain is a bit of a threat here that you need to consider, but I think if you played Monondo a bit differently, then I think it could have been fine. But yeah, you really just need to talk with Spain here, saying, hey, you see me going against Portugal. I know you're allied with them in Europe, so just please let me kill them so that they can be weaker in Europe for you, you know, because that's a massive idea there. But yeah, there's just so much potential. Literally, the only downside is Spain, which isn't too much of a downside if you just play the Monondo and the Makassar unit correctly.
Mhm. I think it comes down to the same problem I had with France building 2 fleets in the Madagascar region, which they had underdeveloped in the previous year. It's about your intention and applying pressure where you've already applied pressure. If you've made this aggressive move against Portugal in the opening year, whether or not it's agreed or not, we can find out later or take a look at. But whether or not, if you've applied this pressure against Portugal and you've put them in the box, to turn around and instead have them get out of that box and try and focus on what it looks like, focus on Ayutthaya, why didn't you do that in year one? If your intention was to not keep them boxed in and instead to just try and develop elsewhere in the region, then perhaps your year one plays should have been differently. And if your year one plays are these, then you should follow through further along in order to continue the pressure, get Timor, get Gulmaragan, get Portugal out of the region. That's where my biggest concern from it is. It all just nicely, neatly wraps up in a bow of do not core on the front lines. Why have you cored Flores?
Yeah. Was this supporting something into SBO? I assume so. Yeah. So there is also the
interesting.
The Dutch could absolutely work with Mapuche on this as well. All right, shall we move forward to the next phase then?
Yes. Let me just check what they were looking at here, GM wise. What time are they wanting to throw the break on? They're wanting to put it in
9 minutes.
15, 20 minutes, yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna start on this side here. This is the 4 moves now. It looks like the Netherlands, what I was saying about them being offered Danny back is clearly wrong, because they just take Flores, but they get sniped from behind by Mapuche, so yeah, you're absolutely right.
Sweet.
Netherlands should have tried to support this. I wonder if this is the moment that King of Prussia sent you that message saying that Portugal, they weren't happy with Portugal about stuff, because look at this.
This is like, this is exactly the worry that you have when you push in hard against Portugal and you put them in the box. You've applied the pressure on them, and now they're going to fight from the bottom and try to escape the box. Unfortunately for Netherlands, they gave them the opportunity. And now what I thought was a very solidly Netherlands-controlled region at the end of year one is completely fumbled from their grasp, and they're fighting Spain. They're fighting Portugal. Ayutthaya is applying pressure by taking Andaman Islands and forcing them out of Andaman Sea. It's not great for them.
Yeah. Dude, Andaman Sea, why? It didn't move to Andaman Islands. No. Dude, that's like the most obvious move.
Yeah, I have to assume that they thought that this would be cutting Andaman Sea or something, but this is so painful for the Netherlands, a region that was so clearly under their control. They've lost so much, and everything is collapsing.
And Ayutthaya supported Spain in. I thought Borneo was going to be Ayutthaya's paradise this game, and now it looks like Spain might be the dominant region in the force. Portugal has moved to Luzon Strait there, putting a tiny amount of pressure on Manila. I think Spain could convert this into another strong foothold that they have on the board, and something to just secure their position, considering that, while I haven't seen the moves in South America, North America for Spain this turn, they weren't going well last turn. So having that area of really nice security here, I don't want to speak too far ahead because, again, they need to develop it. we thought Netherlands was strong here, but they didn't develop it when they had the chance. So now we have to see if Spain capitalizes on the opportunity presented here.
Yes.
And scrolling up a little bit to East Asia, the Ming just walk out of Bama for no reason at all. At least self bounce with Ring Poompa. Yeah, I have no clue what's going on here. Half the moves just seem odd.
That is,
Macau doesn't even get into Luzon straight. It doesn't even get in.
That's not.
That's not adjacent. You're entirely. That's not even adjacent.
I wonder if Portugal is going, hey Ming, I'll work with you. I'm moving my fleets out. Look. But
Mughals watched straight out of Bhutan here. Tokugawa is getting support into Pyongyang against Qing. Yeah, I'm curious what Ming's plan is here, looking at how this has developed out for them now. I thought before that they had a good amount of pressure that they could apply onto their neighbors and keep that pressure going into the fall here, but instead they seem to have taken the backseat and allowed a lot more of their neighbors to just maneuver themselves around. And does Ming even go up at all this year? Do they get anything? I don't think they do.
I was about to say, look at Korea. Look at the mess going on there. Tokugawa pivots into the Yellow Sea against Ming. And Fusan originally was going to take Pyongyang, but Qing self-bounced them. But Ming, for whatever reason, tried backfilling Fusan. So this is just a huge mess. And it looks like Tokugawa is coming out on top because they can force Han Yang here. They pretty much have their choice of Peking and Nanjing in the near future. I really like Tokugawa here, besides the fact that they managed to miss out on Okinawa when there was a high chance that they may have been able to persuade East China Sea into tapping Okinawa Tro, just because at the time it seemed like Ming trusted them.
Yeah, I really don't understand any of this. It looks like Ming has decided to work exclusively with Qing. These Tokugawan units, it looks like they were offering Ming support into Okinawa and then didn't do that. They went for it themselves, but then they don't get it because they went for it themselves, so none of this makes any sense.
This is a mess right here.
What were they expecting with the Pyongyang move? Were they expecting a support? I assume they were expecting a support from Ming, but then they stabbed Ming at the same time, so it's...
And Inuits up north with 3 units of pressure on Nikchivs instead of... I would have figured they would have supported Nikchivs in the Sea of Otoxicern, accepting that they're losing it, but still trying to maintain position. And instead, that unit just gets popped.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There are no valid retreats now, so it is gone, and Inuit has lost pretty much all of the pressure that they had on this region now.
Okay, and Tokugawa is definitely anti-Inuit and pro-Qing, right? Because they go into Itelman and Karyansky Gulf here. Mm-hmm. They're pro-Qing despite trying to get into Pyongyang? Maybe Qing offered them Pyongyang in return for helping them and then just went back on it and bounced them here? Or maybe this was an arranged bounce. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it was arranged with them maybe trying to sneak by and tell Ming, hey, please support me in there. But I guess if they would have done that, it would have clued Ming onto the fact that you were not supporting it with Tsushima, which would have been a huge red flag for Ming. So, or I guess you may have been able to tell them, hey, I'm going into Oriental Sea instead. So I guess there are some options, but overall, yeah, this is a mess for almost everyone involved.
Yeah.
It is a large mess. I don't even think I can tell you who's going to come out on top in this region now. Like, I think Tokugawa, probably, but...
Last time I would have said Ming, which I think might be why Tokugawa stabbed them, right? But this this collapses the position a fair bit. Not getting
Ming,
Bahamo. I don't know.
Ming has intentionally went +0 this year. Ming has intentionally not contested anything new that gets them any ground. Like I'm not sure what their plan is.
They walked out of Bomo. They walked out of Bomo.
Yeah, it's just very, very interesting.
And the fact that Russia is going +2 in the East when they could have easily gone probably even like -1. But why is everything that started last year just completely falling apart? We got a weak Russia early. We got a strong Ming. We got a weak Qing. And a very strong Dutch in Indonesia, and all of it has just completely turned around. Nothing is the same.
Yeah, and should say really good guesses from Russia on these dots right here. I don't know why you would self-bounce Chichiha. If you really want to keep the Russian out of that, that's fine, I guess, but you could just take Yakutsk, and then if they go into Chichiha, you swap, right? But yeah, it's... Anyway, whatever the case, Russia made very good guesses here. I suspect the rest of the Russian front won't be going so well.
Yeah, let's take a little slide over here.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks a little odd, but I do want to address real quick. Kabdera went to Astrakhan here. That's why those arrows kind of are overlapping there. That is a bounce right there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very confident it is, which is good for Russia. The rest of the options here, not super great. Safavid doesn't get as much out of this as I figured they would have given their initial push. They don't actually get any new centers other than Turkestan. It's just... they took the Ottoman support.
They take the Ottoman support the third time it's offered.
The third time's a charm.
But yeah, they gain 2 and they gain position. I think it's really solid for Safavids anyway. Like, Safavids are doing really, really well.
I think they have positioning, and while the gains are not as much as they probably want it to be immediately, they're still gains and they have the position.
Yes.
It's a really interesting Russian front because they made surprising progress against Qing, and that's Ottomans flipping and supporting Kiev. I see.
Yes.
Okay. Never mind.
Yes. So the only thing that changes is that Sweden gets into Vilno here, so there is a chance that Russia can take Kiev in the future with the Swedish pressure from the north. But overall, they're just trading Gdansk and Wilno amongst each other. Notably, Austria does get into Krakow here, though, so that could lead to some serious issues in the future for both parties involved. And it looks like, just scrolling left a little bit, the Dutch did get into Kiel, but Sweden are managing to hold Copenhagen, and that does not appear that it's going to change anytime soon.
Yeah,
so,
I believe Gdansk holds here, so Sweden gains Trondheim, gains Copenhagen, loses Kiel, loses Gdansk, so they go even on these bits and then gain 2 over here. Notably, they take Wilno with the fleet, so they can't actually help Russia any further. Poor Russia.
I mean, I think they can actually help next turn, because I can totally see something like Vilno to Courland and then Riga to Vilno.
Oh yeah.
We'll see what happens there.
Is the important
Correct.
I really want to talk about these French tactics real quick, because I'm...
Oh wait, no, Russia did get in here, sorry. Russia did get in Kiev, because there's Wilno gets cut, and Ochakiv is the one giving the support here, so that also gets cut.
That's not Jassy support Kiev, that's Ochakiv?
No,
well, okay.
Excellent point.
But yeah,
wow,
sorry.
yeah, so Poland.
All right. Ooh, Russia gets in because of the interesting support choices from Ottomans. All right, you know what? Fair enough. Russia's in.
Yeah, so you wanted to talk about France, right?
Yes, I want to take a look at France here, because France is doing that walking back again. France went into Liège in the spring, and now they're out of Liège in the fall.
Mm-hmm.
You had Cologne this turn. You could have pushed into Cologne, and from there you're threatening Utrecht, you're threatening Amsterdam. even with the amount of support that the Dutch has on Ghent, you have position if you can just continue the advantage. And I understand Austria's pushing in against you. You don't have a ton of units on the Austrian front. Cough, cough, not building army Marseille here too. But you've got to commit. At some point during the game, you have to commit to, this is what we're doing. This is how we're gaining dots this turn. And instead we're seeing a lot of walking forward, walking back, doing a little cha-cha slide. You need to apply the pressure and keep applying the pressure. Because now, does France even get anything out of Europe this turn? No. They get nothing new from their Europe fronts.
I think they must have been worried about England in some way, right? Because England had been attacking them elsewhere. I don't know if England goes all out for the attack.
And England moving in against France in North America, but moving to London in Europe. I think that might just be a miscoordination between the two people playing each power, to be fair. But
I think England just didn't trust the Netherlands here, right? Because Netherlands clearly told them, hey, I'm going to support hold you in English Channel against Portugal and France. And England goes, oh yeah, of course you are. You're going to walk in behind me if I stand here, right? But yeah.
Very true.
I think France is trying to desperately trying to piece out Netherlands and get them go against England, please. And this is their way of doing that. I mean, it might be important. I guess we'll see.
It all just works out. It all just works out to a big old nothing burger right now. Austria advanced their front this year, and France is not going to enjoy it. I think that is a summary of all of the developments this turn, which you don't want to see if you're France.
I love the Austrian position. I haven't mentioned this enough, but this Austrian has been playing so well. They gain Naples, they gain Krakow, they gain Florence, and they're pushing forward this line. It's just incredible.
Austria is going to be sweeping.
Yeah, Austria is doing very well, but I also want to ask, what's going on with this Spliff army? Is that a move into Naples that it tried convoying? What is going on?
That is an attempted convoy from Spliff to Naples that Austria denied.
Yeah, okay.
But then why weren't they supporting it with Strait of Otranto?
Blitz things, I guess.
Yeah.
That's one of those. That is one of those. We had mentioned it as well with Netherlands not tapping on them on when we were talking back that region.
Yeah.
In a blitz game environment, even when you have two people controlling a power, it is really easy to miss what we in commentary look at and immediately go, oh, that's a mistake. You could have very easily covered that. You had options. It's really easy to miss those things when you're actually sitting there and playing in the stressful environment.
Yes.
Right.
Completely agree. Anything else either you want to talk about here, or shall we move on?
I don't like that Ottomans completely did not defend Tunis at all.
They couldn't. Yeah. They couldn't hold it, right?
I know they couldn't hold it, but more so extending from previous turns of they have nothing in Tunis, they have nothing in Tripoli. Spain just kind of walks into those centers now.
Yes, Spain having a very strong Mediterranean. That seems to be a very common thing in these games.
Indeed. Okay, let's look at the West African Thunderdome real quick here, because...
Or can we go northwest just a little bit into the Moroccan coast?
Yes.
Yeah, so Portugal and Spain were going to do the Rabat Canaries trade, which is typical, but Portugal denies it, taps Rabat. So I think we are seeing a Portugal-Spain conflict brewing, and I fully expect double armies, Porto and Lisbon here.
Oh, hell yes. I'm looking forward to it.
I'm excited to see that as well. Okay, we need to move on here. Real quick, actually, before we get too far into it, because I'm pretty sure if I hop into announcements, yeah, they are locking orders for... We're in fall 43. They're locking orders for fall 44 and then taking a break here. So we're going to go over on commentary into the break. We're starting break a little early, so apologies for that. That's why we're a smidge behind. We're also just a smidge behind because there's a lot of interesting things to talk about with this map. There's plenty of good stuff to discuss. So we may be discussing a little bit over into the break for those watching along. Just feel free to put us on in the background while you make yourself a sandwich.
Yep.
All right,
so
West African Thunderdome.
There's an attempted support into the Portuguese centre here. It does not go through. England instead decides to try and support the Ottomans into Ulata, which doesn't go through because the French try and get into Mali, which doesn't go through. So the only thing that ends up happening is Poland dots France for St. Louis.
Yep.
And nothing ever happens. I was mentioning this when we were talking about why did England get double supported in the Mali. It seems like it wasn't going to be anything productive. And immediately, again, I feel like I've said this a lot now, this analysis, France is walking back on the previous decision they had made and trying to push in aggressively elsewhere. And all it's done is caused not anything productive to happen, and they've lost their only build spot in the region now.
Yep.
If France had pushed north against Portugal, like we had discussed, Poland probably wouldn't have walked into St. Louis. They probably wouldn't have. They would have seen France being like, oh yeah, France is helping me against Portugal, who's surrounding us on both sides, and perhaps we can work together here in this region. And instead, France has lost a lot of pressure that they can apply in the region. Poland certainly appreciates the dot, though.
Agadez is still open.
Definitely.
No one's taking this.
Agadez nuts, baby.
Alright, so if we move over to the rest of Africa here, Ottomans does get into Gondar, and Abyssinia also loses Mekelle here.
It's about what we expected from them. Again, Abyssinia, it's just a tough position for them to play at this point.
Yes.
They're making some interesting moves, like they get into Azande, so they're getting a center there. So
they actually get 1-2 here and then lose 2, so they're net even somehow. Well done.
They're 0 on the year, but 2 of the units they have are fleets, which are just going to be in not great positions, unfortunately. So
I would honestly blow this one up and rebuild it here as an army. I think you cannot do anything with your fleets right now, so you may as well just put down armies. This one's going on an expedition.
Okay, it's applying pressure. It's not defending anything relevant, and you're losing home centers, but you're applying pressure.
I honestly really wish it had moved here, because then you could hit like 2 of the Ottoman dots and the open Agadez. But I can see that they probably thought Ottomans were going here and then building another one, in which case that's a less good move.
All right. If we scroll down a little bit here, this is something that the chat has been mentioning as well here. Congo has made a decision here in terms of the pressure they were receiving on all their fronts. That being, they're going to fully commit against Netherlands and try to defend against Ogeron and just let Portugal take position advantage. I don't know if I agree with that necessarily, especially because you had dedicated a lot of units towards that front, but I don't know. You're losing a lot of ground regardless with that many of your neighbors working against you.
Yeah, I think it's correct. I think if you look at all the neighbors here, who is most likely to peace out with you? Saying Portugal is not unreasonable. You can try and get them to go for Mapondo, you can try and get them to go for Ajuran, right? Whereas
there's a large stretch
clearly hard aligned with Abyssinia. And Netherlands is very focused in this direction, so it depends whether they do peace out, which this doesn't seem to be, but yeah.
There's a lot of neutral centers between Congo and Portugal, and if you're willing to say Portugal, hey, I need to dedicate elsewhere, you can walk in and take Benguela, for example, or we can discuss Mapanda even, we can try and do something there. Sure, your options are not great in your situation, and you've made a choice. Is it a great choice? We'll have to see. Spoilers, I saw from one of the people in the Popcorn Throwers channel that it doesn't entirely work out. But it's a choice. You have made a choice, and it's not the worst option.
Yeah,
it has some merit to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Sorry, especially because I talk a lot about being stally, holding and coring units unnecessarily, walking back on retreats. I feel it's important to mention that sometimes you have to make a choice. And whether or not it was the right choice, you have made a decision and you're trying to stick to it. And that's worth mentioning because when that does work out, it can pay out.
Yeah, and it's much more important than, like, it's much better than not making a choice in those cases and trying to defend all your fronts, because I think that would definitely not have worked here.
Indeed.
Yeah. I think Congo would have...
Sorry.
I think Congo would have been much better in this position if Ajuran, instead of going against Congo, went up against Abyssinia, maybe dedicated themselves against Portugal some more. I think out of all their neighbors, Ajuran chose the wrong one to go against because they aren't going to gain anything short-term for this. They just pushed all their units, and even with the Dutch help, I mean, look at this. This is just chewing on nails.
Yeah, this doesn't get in, right, because that gets cut. So, yeah, I agree. Alright, I did just get a very, very funny ping from the England Void, but we can't talk about that until next year.
Okay, get to...
Alright.
King of Prussia is still doing... I talked about this in Blitz 2 as well. King of Prussia is doing that thing that... I watch a lot of old poker plays. Phil Hellmuth does this thing where he directly talks to the camera for all of his decisions that he makes whenever he's playing in like a poker tournament that's not exactly high stakes, just like a fun mid-stakes round. He loves to talk to the camera and just explain every little detail about how things are not going his way. Love the King of Prussia's doing it as well.
Yeah, sadly, Cop, we are well behind, so we can't actually talk about the stuff that you're picking us about. Alright, so, Athapaska appears to be alive, which is not what I was expecting. They did get knocked out of Kree and Ojikri, but they haven't lost anything more, and Shoshone didn't push in on them.
Shoshone did not apply the pressure, because if you just zoom in, they have... Shoshone, I don't know if you know this, buddy. I really don't know if you know this. It's okay, an acceptable mistake. I suppose you already own that as a chord center right there.
I think they did this specifically to annoy you.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. In a few days, this is going to be a very funny bit. Right now, push your units somewhere else,
you know,
please.
The best thing about this is they're coring the one that they already have as a core, and they're holding the one that they don't have as a core.
Yeah, I was about to mention that. This is just so ridiculous. What's going on?
I think they're trying to keep Spain on side, which is why they're not they're not coring this province, but it is just very funny.
Yeah. North America, for the most part, it goes about as we had expect. Shoshone is pushing in alongside Inuit to try and collapse in on Athapaska. France is making some moves to defend the offensive, but is also getting sniped in places. Yeah, they lose Port Royal, but actually France gains Nakasapi? Okay.
They gain what?
Good for
Sorry,
actually France did. France bounced Villa Maria. Actually, this goes better for France than I thought.
Inuit.
Oh my god, actually, France's turn this turn was incredible. They get Noskapi, they get
okay,
Kree, they get
I'm
Ojibwe,
sorry,
they get
yeah.
Cherokee, they get...
I'm sorry, I was about to blow right over this and not ending this. France is +3 in this region alone. Like, they get Nakasapi, Kree, Ojibwe, like, Cherokee?
Yeah,
they lose Port Royal, but...
Port Royal. That's...
They were going to lose Port Royal. That's pop off.
They made some really good guesses here.
Very good. And Netherlands is just sitting there instead of trying to additionally apply pressure. Even though we know England and Netherlands are working together elsewhere, Netherlands didn't try and tap Seneca, for instance, which would have got England into Villa Marie. And instead, France is getting benefactory pushes in and is able to hold for longer.
They must have been assuming that Philadelphia would be attacked by 2 here, right? But yeah.
It's a reasonable really assumption, I suppose. Yeah, France gets the benefit.
Yes.
Caribbean shakes out about as we expect. What is that? Why is the word Yucatan itself attacking England?
It thinks it's being supported from an army position, I guess. Here, England does try and brace against the Honduras attack, so England loses the 50-50, right? Because if they'd gone in the other way, this would have countered it. but going in from Yucatan actually works out really well here, and is just what you would want, the position you would want anyway. Honduras gets to retreat into Jamaica.
Gets to retreat. Oh no.
Yeah,
Oh,
Gulf of
no.
Honduras is going to retreat into Jamaica, or even Baraqua.
Oh yes, they can go there too.
The downside is, though, that they are... sorry, go ahead.
And the funny part is that they are going neutral with England because England gets Havana and St. Augustine. So this looks all nice, except nothing changes in terms of SC counts. It's only a redistribution.
And it's a really messy redistribution because England is in Gulf of Mexico.
Exactly.
England is going to be threatening... Yeah, like we said with the North Sea analogy, England has now put the fleet from Denmark into North Sea, and they are really just threatening all of those home centers that Spain now needs to kind of scramble. The Gulf of Mexico is going to retreat into one of them, but I don't actually know how many builds they have this year. And irregardless, it's backtracking. It's forward and back. Nothing ever changes.
Yep. All right, panning down.
Yeah. Swap goes over there. How...
We do have the Dutch murdering the French here, which...
Yeah.
It's only down one
expected.
center. But yes, expected. They could have defended this turn.
Yeah,
They chose
I
not
was
to.
more surprised Kayan didn't support Kalina because you know the Dutch are upset with you. You literally just moved against them last turn. So
I think they realized that it wasn't going to matter. It's... Well, no, it isn't 3-on-2 because they bounced in Barakapondo before. They could have held Kalina this turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I don't know.
I think
I
maybe they
also-
just trusted the Netherlands a bit too much. And, yeah, they paid the price for that.
Yes.
Um,
Yes,
I-
please, you must trust me. I did just move against you last turn, and you have no clue what I am going to do this turn. May continue my attack against you, but I completely understand. You should have all the trust in me in the world.
I mean, maybe those bounces were arranged, right? I don't know.
Maybe? Maybe.
Netherlands gets hit for Moristad here by Portugal. Portugal going plus a lot, I think. Sao Paulo gets dislodged. We were saying that kind of had to happen because...
Guarani had to stay neutral in the area. Mapuche goes +3 from this arrangement.
Yep.
They don't get into Chirma, but they get in everywhere else, and they're in Rio Grande Rise as well, calling out that Guarani has to push into Sao Paulo here. Mapuche sweep.
Yeah. And something else I want to point out: Spain got their army blown up. Aymara.
Oh, that's a
no,
that gets
Oh,
popped.
it
That
was
gets
tapped.
popped.
Yeah, they could
Oh
have
my God.
guaranteed held this if they had held it from Gulf of Guayaquil, but they wanted to take Wamanga back, so they push in with the fleet and try and hold it with this. And Mapuche goes, nope. No support. And
I suppose that's what
gets Exora back.
Yeah, I suppose it's a trade-off for Aymara supporting in with the Guarani push, is that Mapuche is now going to just stonewall Spain.
Yep.
Mhm.
Well,
It works out for them.
all right. Anything either of you want to say before we move on to builds here?
I want Mapuche
I
to
think
win
Guarani-
this. Mapuche sweep.
Yeah, Mapuche sweet, but yeah, Guarani has a very interesting game right now because they are completely losing to their west, but they just gained a decent amount of land to their east, but they did just cover up all their home centers. They are completely trying to retreat back. I know that Ayorio got bounced, luckily, because they would have lost that if their move did succeed, but overall, it's going to be a very interesting game between the three of them, or four of them, because you include Portugal, but I'm really curious what's going to happen here. There's, what is Guarani going to do to change this position up?
Yeah, alright.
Yeah.
Well, let's go ahead to the builds. We will just skim the
Yeah.
builds. There are a lot less than on the last turn, obviously. Not for Mapuche. Mapuche gets the same number as they did last turn.
Mapuche sweep.
They are going very
You love to
heavy.
see it.
Uh,
Yeah, a fleet having Mapuche, especially once you already have this dominating position against Gorani, you don't need more armies to put the pressure on. You were required to build one in Rankulche. It's probably the only one you're going to need unless you need to watch out against Aymaran pressure, which you may or may not need to do. We'll see how exactly that relationship pans out over the next few turns. But I think Mapuche going fleets here, again, that goes back to Oceania and going in the box there, but we'll discuss that when we look at that region's builds.
Yeah, they're tying themselves very hard to Aymara here. Hopefully it works out for them. We have Netherlands and Portugal building in this region, which I think makes sense. It's kind of important for both of them. I
didn't even realize in all that chaos that Portugal ended up dotting Maritstad there from the Dutch. I didn't even realize that it happened in the chaos there.
Yes. Portugal dotted the Dutch in a lot of places, right? They got Ceylon and they got... this was stuff we talked about at the start. They took Flores as well. This was what King of Prussia was raging about, I think. But yeah, so...
Seems so.
As we pan north, we've got fleets on the other coast, so they're not bothering to contest Caribbean. It looks like Spain is going, well... I can't really do much about this England position. I don't know that I'd give it up that soon.
I think Spain retreated Gulf of Mexico to Florida current.
Oh,
which is a choice.
So they did.
It's a choice, and I don't know how they're going to capitalize on their position. But they also built Panama South Coast. Panama South Coast, not North Coast.
What?
So
yeah, and Mexico City West Coast. Yeah, so
that's
it looks
West
like
Coast.
Yep.
And they're just completely giving up the Caribbean. They're letting England take back Baracoa. Why they didn't just disband Florida Current? Because Florida Current just completely doesn't make sense in this environment where you're giving England the Caribbean. But I don't know. This is weird.
Yeah, that does not look good for Spain. Do not really agree with these build decisions.
There's more that doesn't look good for Spain, because I'd say these builds are a little dangerous.
Not pleasant.
We'll see whether they're coming this way or not. They might not. But given Shoshone didn't move on Athabasca last turn, we'll see how it goes. Athabasca takes off the Chippewa one, which I agree with.
It didn't do anything. Yeah.
France puts down a couple of units here. The fleet
trying to cure Ville-Marie from the possession here. I don't know why fleet there. I guess you're really worried about England moving to St. Lawrence, which is respectable. It's not exactly a pleasant position for you to be holding. But I wonder if an army would have been better to really just continue to apply the pressure and even maybe push back England against places like Mohawk.
Yeah, I think I prefer Quebec army to go to Estrie. How much did England go plus here? Because was it a threat for them to build like a Portland army, Boston army?
I don't know. Let me look at the
They have a fair amount of builds here. They built Bahamas, Bermuda, London, at the very least. That's what we've seen.
Oh, they don't show the plus because the scoreboard is currently broken, but they had 24 at the end of year 1, and at the end of year 2 they went to 30, so they went plus 6, assuming they didn't get
then yeah.
Spans.
Yeah, Army Quebec probably would have been nice.
Sorry, this is
there should have definitely
not France.
There should have definitely been an army build between Portland and Boston then, if you plan on continuing the attack against France. So maybe this shows that they're trying to make amends with France. Say, hey, I don't really want to go against you because I can't gain much more than Port Royal, so maybe amends are trying to be made here.
It's very possible, especially considering they're building so heavily in the Caribbean. Because I assume they're not building heavily at home. Yeah, they don't build in Plymouth. So they are definitely trying to make amends with the French. And I think France will take that, because they'll go, oh my god, Austria is going to run me over.
Yeah.
It's a very valid concern, given how Austria's position looks at the moment. Austria also builds Army Pressburg, for what it's worth. I mean, they had the build, and that makes sense to put Army there, but they have the build. I really wonder if that's going to be going to Slavonia this turn. I don't know if it will, but it would be interesting to see, rather than it going to Ruthenia.
Important to note, they did just dot Poland, so it's fully possible that they're if they want to keep Krakow, they probably need to commit something this way.
Very true.
But I don't know. That
Sweden.
Anyway.
Okay, I know I didn't hate the free fleet builds last turn. Sweden, you're log jammed in fleets here. Where is Fleet Stockholm going?
Yeah.
That's a good question. I would much prefer an army getting convoy to Courland or something at this point. No, maybe you just like having the fleet going to Courland, moving the army down here, but then you probably want an army here or something to move down with it.
Yeah, that just seems a little log jammed to me. Something brief to mention while we skim over the rest of the builds.
Okay, and we see Fleet Trebizond, so there's a Black Sea fleet coming out from the Ottomans. They're going to go up and try and take back Chisurai that way. I think they're leaving their front here a bit weak, but they don't really have much choice to. It's just all looking very good for Safavid. How the hell did Russia build after all that?
Because Russia got +2 against Qing, remember?
Yeah, but they lost.
Russia got those builds and immediately took them and put them on the front against Safavid, which is a good thing to do.
Yeah, it looks like they took Kabardia off as well and then just rebuilt it over here, right? Which
smart choice.
Yeah, I think
because they can move Arents to Krakow.
Yes, I would have loved to see Fleet Astrakhan here just to annoy the Safavids.
All right, I was in support of the nuisance units earlier, but Russia's still not looking pretty. But
before we stray too far from England, I just want to mention no army Porto, no army Lisbon. So completely went against the call I made earlier. So despite bouncing Spain in Rabat after what appears to be the typical Canaries Rabat trade, they did not decide to go in, even when Madrid and probably Gibraltar would have both been almost free to grab. So that is a huge surprise to me.
Yep.
Yeah, I would have loved to see the Portuguese aggression there.
Yeah, instead they chose to build Fleet Arguin, which is odd. And, I mean, we all know about the Rio de Janeiro army, which makes sense, but are you really going to be pushing into Sao Paulo? No, you aren't. You know, Mapuche is going to support themselves, and you're going to not gain too much. You're only really going to defend, and at that point, your Guanbara Bay fleet would have been just as effective. So I would have really enjoyed seeing that build go straight into Portugal and just pushing Spain back.
Yeah, certainly seeing the lack of Spanish builds, it's super tempting. Alright, moving south, it looks like Abyssinia did take off Mekelle, put an army in Debre Berhan. I think that's just correct.
Yep. It's what you can do.
Army Cormonton from England makes them a 3-unit power in a theatre where everyone else has fewer, except for Portugal, who are all fleets. Benguela comes off, so Congo is committing harder to basically not defending against Portugal, saying, hey, Portugal, take this and let me defend against the northern powers, right? Army Baidoa, I assume, is going to try and come this way, given the previous things. You can see if it was going north, it would have been in Marig. Nothing here from France. If we pan north, England and Portugal both putting a fair bit into India, although notably fleets, which are an interesting choice.
Yeah, considering they were both fighting each other last turn, I would have expected Portugal especially to build army coach in there.
Yes. It's an odd one. Alright, armies from Safavids. Sorry, carry on.
Can we talk about, in a second, Maldives is French, Ceylon is Portuguese, Madurai is English, which granted that makes sense, but in between all of them, Gulf of Mannar Dutch. What is going on?
Bro's just chilling, he's on vacation.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if this just goes out to Indian Ocean, starts being in this theatre, because, like, the Dutch need it right now.
And the Dutch cannot afford anything else.
Yes.
Another West Coast knock and see build for Mayutai. I think you have enough fleets there. Yeah. I mean, I guess you did just lose Pegu, so you needed to divest some of it there.
They're doubling down on their alliance with Spain, right? Which looks like is paying off right now, because Spain isn't putting anything else here. I would really like to see them like dot Spain at some point, just get into a position where they can go into these centres after Spain pushes forward a little bit. But that doesn't need to happen straight away. I don't love this fleet from an efficiency standpoint. It's trapped behind stuff. I really would prefer to have like fewer here and more controlling this space. But if you want to go all in with Spain, this is a good way to do it, I guess.
Indeed.
Alright, panning up north, we got no builds from anyone. So let's go ahead.
None of them made any progress. So before we move to the next tier of moves, a small bit of admin things here. We are into the break, and I imagine we're going to continue into the break that the players have, so we can catch up and be all caught up. However, CaptainMeme, you said that you were likely going to be heading out after the second half of the game begins. So before we get any further, give me 2 seconds here so I can turn on my OBS capture. And just so that way we can have that doubled up. I don't know. When are you planning to head out, I guess I should ask?
I figure I'll head out after we're done commentating this year. So after we get to the point in the recording that they were at. I'm actually thinking maybe if you guys are both okay with it, I can put this first half of the commentary on Diplo strats, and then the second half can go over onto the ImpDip channel.
We can split it like that, absolutely.
Okay. Awesome.
We could also edit it all together and put them on one channel. That's something we can discuss after the game, as far as cooperating and figuring out where things go on each end.
All right. But either way, I'll keep recording until I go here, so until we're through 44.
Absolutely, sounds good. Our other sports should be joining us at some point while we're discussing this year as well. So that'll be the bit will be complete.
Perfect. All right.
Also, Sportsballs. While we are still on admin stuff, I don't know when you plan on eating lunch, but I know I kind of want to do so soon. So
I have right here with me a plate and some bagels, and I am just going to mute myself a little bit and take some bites here and there. If you would like to step out and get some food now, you are welcome to do that.
I'll wait until sportzfuzombie gets in. That way, you two can talk with each other while I'm out.
Sounds like a plan.
Gotcha.
Okay, nice.
All right, let's go ahead and look at the moves for Spring 44 then, which we will start with South America, where we're seeing Guarani get completely destroyed, unfortunately. Actually, no, they get into Quam.
They do get into Quam here because that wasn't support held or anything, but they are going to lose Churma.
Yeah, they...
Here...
Actually, I think these moves are about as good defensively as they could have managed. They do hold Sao Paulo for this turn, obviously not for next turn. They cut Rio Grande Rise, so they managed to keep Mbaya there. And they get into Quam. So they lose Charrua, but they get a retreat into Argentine Basin from there. So it's not the worst thing in the world. But, not great,
it works out well for them.
Yeah. It's good defensive tactics as far as they could do it.
As far as things could have gone, Guarani is doing about as good as they could have in this situation. Mapuche, unfortunately, did a move I was kind of hoping they would have done, but they did not do it. That being, they did not put Tucapel to Ragavine Basin, and Spain is now going to threaten there. It's not pleasant seeing Spain walk in there and just try and sidestep Aymar entirely. Again, that's more of a nuisance fleet than anything. It's not actually going to net Spain anything positive, but it is going to slow Mapuche a fair amount in the pressure they're applying.
No one is defending Licantenai here, so that is an Aymara center that Spain can just walk into. And considering that they were at war, still, I think they may peace out soon, because Aymara did move some armies away, and they do have that little bit of cushion between them now, besides the sea. But if Spain really wants to continue against Aymara, they literally just have a free Aymara center that they can walk into. And I mean, other Mapuche centers are kind of contested. There is a unit that can defend each of them, but it's a bit risky for Mapuche. I think overall, if you're going to attack someone here, Mapuche should not really have to worry about Spain because Spain just has that free center they can get into.
Yeah, I still would have much preferred Mapuche to go to Roggeveen here. Like, you knew that you were
Oh yeah,
trying to
yeah.
dislodge Peru Basin, right? So this was gonna be a retreat or a move. uh, but yeah, you're absolutely right. Mapuche doesn't need to worry about this so much because most likely it just goes here.
Mhm.
Yep. Alright, so as we move north, the Netherlands do manage to take Moristad back. They lose Goiás to do it, and therefore Portugal has a bit of a position on them, but not a massive one. They should be fine. The Netherlands are also taking Cayenne up here in the north, and Netherlands are working with Spain, so colonials on this front. Well, I say it's colonials against regionals. It's not. It's there's one of the regionals being bullied by the other regional, by Portugal, and Portugal is fighting Netherlands. So it's nothing like colonials versus regionals. It's Northerners versus these three.
Mhm.
All right, Downpour. Do you want to take us through the Caribbean?
Can I mention?
Sure.
Can I mention one small
Yeah, go
thing
ahead.
quickly? This is just something I want to point out. Not really anything that I think needs to be talked about it. While we're moving into Caribbean, can I just point out that that's an open Barbados that hasn't been claimed by anybody? Barbados is still
Yeah.
neutral right now. It did just get grabbed by France, but I really want to point out, how has that center not been claimed? It feels interesting.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many, or there is one other center that reminds me of that, and that's Bama, which appears to also be trying to be taken here, but still, why are those centers still unclaimed? This is something that needs to change, people. It's a free center, no one is contesting it.
Yeah, these are the three neutrals left on the map. I think Barbados, Agadez, and Baham. But
Yeah.
yes,
Agadez, oh my god.
that one's just gonna. No one's going for it. Oh my god. All right. Well, I mean, on the
Except for at
fall
least the
turn, it'll
shields
be more
raise.
important. But yeah, sorry. So Downpour,
Mhm.
do you want to keep talking us through this?
Yeah, sure. We do see someone move into Barbados now, luckily, and no one is threatening to capture it from there, so I am fairly certain that France will be able to keep Barbados here. England stabbed the Dutch, went into Saint Maritime, and will likely get Puerto Rico right afterwards because there are no units to defend it besides the French Antilles Currents, which obviously will not, because the Dutch just supported themselves into Cap Haitian, or more like Spain supported them in, but still, this is a pretty effective English stab on the Dutch here. I completely support it because you're trying to consolidate the Caribbean if you're the English, and everything just makes sense on their part. Looking at it now, they did try to convoy St. Augustine into Santillo. Don't know if I really like that because, I mean, obviously the Spanish were looking to move into there, defend themselves. Um, and especially since Ute Shoshone is now looking at ganging up on the Spanish as well, the Spanish are not going to be having a good time. I think if I were England, I would have just gone into Yucatan, maybe be eyeing Mexico City, or if they moved into Mexico City immediately, that would probably be the funniest option. But yeah, overall, England is really enjoying this Caribbean setup. They're just gonna eat all of it. I easily see them turning on France soon just to take the Dominican Republic right there. That'll be nice. That'll be nice.
Yeah, I think this convoy is primarily to make sure that they don't lose Gulf of Mexico on this spring turn, because Gulf of Mexico is obviously really strong in that it forces Spain to stay in all of these provinces, sort of, or at least guess between them. So I'm alright with the convoy here. I think it would have been better to convoy somewhere that maybe Spain was less likely to cover, like Karankawa or Yucatan, if you're going for a convoy. But equally, actually just moving to Muskogee would have been fine. And then holding in Gulf of Mexico if you're doing that. Alright, so if we pan north, we actually see France and England starting to work solidly together here. Now, England doesn't entirely trust France, it seems, because France tries to support them out into St. Marguerite Bay, and they just go back to St. John's, right, to try and defend it. But they do work together on Philadelphia. As you mentioned, England is stabbing Netherlands down here. So it looks like they're getting their alliance back together, and France is going all out to try and hit Inuit now. They do lose Oji-Cree in the process, but it is getting the Athabascan unit out of their hair a little more. Shoshone going all in on Spain and attacking Athabasca at the same time, which I think they can absolutely manage to do.
Yeah. Honestly, I love to see it. If they trust France here, because the France Cherokee or the France Illinois unit is a bit of a headache, but with the Dutch in Erie, I think that Ute Shoshone can trust France here and just bounce on their only two other neighbors. And yeah, it looks like they're winning everything. So we may have a strong Ute Shoshone in the near future.
Would be really nice to see them come out as the regional on top in the area. If they're able to really put pressure and take some of these gains down in the Mexican region away from England and put them in their hands, I think they could have a solid shot at continuing their growth.
Yeah, I'm very positive about Shoshone's chances here, especially considering, like, Inuit is doing okay. But remember that Inuit starts as a 7 center power now, so they need to do better than okay to get a good a good VSCC. They do get into Chippewan, so
right?
Inuit,
Inuit is doing great. That none of it moved to Chippewan. I can't pronounce that. Sorry, but yeah, I think that's amazing because you get access to Athabasca's back lines, and granted, it opens up more of a corridor for Ute Shoshone than it does for them, but you're still getting options of going to Tikaho here and backfilling Chippewan with Hudson Bay. I mean, just overall, these look like such great potential here. I don't actually really know. Like, there's so much you could do. So much.
Yeah. Alright, so let's pan across to Europe. We actually see England get bounced out of the North Atlantic Ocean by a good guess from Portugal there. If we go into Europe itself, it looks like, again, England and France are starting to work together. They're not attacking each other here at all. And France is moving against the Netherlands over this region. What happened here?
Shocker. It's almost like France moved against the Netherlands, decided to drop back, but when the Netherlands continued to push in South America, France was like, oh, okay, I see how it'll be. What's going on? Are they allied? Are they enemies? Oh my god. Yeah, exactly.
Right. Crisscross. It's about what we're looking at here.
Yeah, so the Netherlands do try and support Austria forward, and I think that is successful, because it has two supports here, and looks
they're going to get into Strasbourg here.
But they lose Ghent at the same time to the Reims army, and it doesn't look like Austria makes much other progress. They try to support Innsbruck forward, but then Innsbruck pivots downwards instead of taking its own supports. So I assume maybe they got told at the last second, oh, Ottomans is coming for you, so they quickly entered this support here and go, what else can I do? I'll move down to Venice. But they lose Naples at the same time, right? Oh no, they don't lose Naples, because Spain cuts.
Yeah, Spain. Oh no, dude. I feel bad for Spain here, because Ionian Sea was doing exactly what you want it to do. But yeah, so he tapped the wrong unit there, and everything ends up bouncing. Besides Tripoli, I think they gained Tripoli here. Yeah, and they do. So at least that's a plus side. But besides that, nothing moved in the Mediterranean. Everything stayed where it is.
Yeah, we had Portugal coming into Tangier, which I wonder if it's I think that's probably not an arranged swap, right? Given that they're filling Madeira at the same time and going up into Talifat.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that
Spain is going
does
to
not
get
look
knocked out
good.
of this area.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, it makes me.
at least they don't lose Tangier immediately because Ottomans did bounce them in Chamba, so they could easily just support that army back into Tangier. Or wait, no, because Tafa Halit just supports Tangier and Regibat moves into Marrakesh. Okay, so there's a 50-50 here on whether Spain loses that SC or not. So
It once again
it's
makes me
fine.
wish that we had. It once again makes me wish that we had seen an army build in Lisbon or Porto here from Portugal.
Oh,
But
yeah, it's almost as if someone called it and wanted it to happen.
I know, right?
I think Portugal wants to just take these centres and maybe not annoy Spain any further. I guess we'll see as it goes. I don't know what Iberian Current is doing here. Oh no, it went and bounced an A1. Okay. I absolutely love that after the Abyssinian army's great expedition, it goes, okay, Ottomans, screw you.
I mean,
Didn't even try to get Spain to support them in.
yeah. I mean, it's the reasonable response. Let's be honest. If someone all-ins you year one, the rest of the game is just you going after them. Say, hey, this is what happens.
Yeah, and it's possible they get a support into Cairo in the fall, although I doubt it'll work.
Yeah.
Alright, if we pan north, we've got Swedish-Polish conflict. It looks like not much is going on. There's a bounce here in Courland.
It's Copenhagen.
Sorry,
Sweden loses Copenhagen, so that's a tragedy.
Yes, they do. They get a convoy off into Jutland, so they are positioning to push in, and of course, Netherlands is facing some problems on the other front, but
True. So they could probably retake it, maybe with interest down the line.
Russia tries to support Poland against the Ottomans here, which is a pivot. Poland does not take that support. They go this way.
Yeah, it's a fun pivot, but Poland needs to focus on other areas right now. They get back into Krakow, which is good for them.
Yes, they do. Alright, if we pan further, we're seeing the Safavids coming into the Siberian tundra here. Amusingly into the Siberian tundra spot that is occupied. But they choose that's
works
the
in their
one they want to
favor, I
take.
guess.
Yeah. But not entirely in their favor, because Mughals is rotating back to attack them. Are they? Maybe that's just an agreed swap, actually. Given that this is not...
And Prokari didn't try to bounce it.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a very interesting Mughal fleet. Mughal army, I must say, in Zaisan. So it makes sense them pulling it back, saying, hey, if I'm not gonna attack the Ming here and you're just offering me a free SC in Uzgen, I may as well take it. Don't want to piss off more people.
Important to note as well that Ottomans are going to grab Cardabia via Tbilisi. Again, that's some overlap there, but Kabardia is the unit moving out, so Ottomans are just going to walk in behind them there.
Yeah.
And considering that...
Sorry, go on.
Isfahan is moving into Khuzestan, so I imagine that Safavid is going to contest Baghdad immediately behind them, so...
Overall, this turn did not go too well for the Safavids. I mean, they're getting into Baghdad, but that was practically guaranteed for them. So I think overall, Safavids lost a little bit of their momentum. I mean, they still have a ton, don't get me wrong, but think that maybe they misplayed a little bit.
Yeah, I don't understand why they're attacking Ottoman at the same time as they're pushing forward here. Like, this just feels so open, right? But hey,
Yeah.
I guess we'll see their plan in
Yeah.
the fall. Alright, so, Thunderdome. Sportsballs, do you want to take this bit?
Yeah, I can take a look at this. There's Thunderdome be Thunderdoming, a whole lot of not a ton of communication from the looks of it.
Yeah.
Poland covers Nadaraku and their other centers with a self-bounce. It works for them. France tries to support hold Mali. It all just looks like a lack of communication from people who are trying to work with each other. And again, it's a blitz game that's going to happen. But for the most part, nothing of value happens. As said before, Agadez is just sitting there, uncontested at this point. England is moving to try and contest Great Andra this turn, which is going to work out in their favor because the Dutch have put basically no pressure on that side of their border, and England is going to continue to grow in this region. But other than that, it's a lot of just sitting around.
Yep. No Dutch units adjacent to Great Ardra on this turn, notably.
Yeah. They also lost Fernand Po and will likely lose Benin as well with the Congo unit coming in, or the Congo Gold Coast fleet coming in. So I'm seeing a -2 for, or actually, there is some Dutch potential here. They do lose Great Ardra and Benin and Fernand Po almost guaranteed, but there is a chance they get Agadez, and with Ajuran coming into Banda, it is quite likely that something can be done against Congo here. And speaking of which, just scrolling down a little bit, Congo just completely relinquishing everything to Portugal.
Yep.
That's sad to see. But yeah, Portugal does seem to be getting very strong. Coordinated bounces, it appears, with Ajuran and, or I guess the Baidoa army coming down to Kismayo is a bit of a worry, but overall, there's not a ton to be concerned about. Everything just looks to be going great for Portugal, and even Ajuran too, because they get into a Zonda. Wow.
Oh, they do. Yes, they walk in behind Abyssinia. This is, of course, Abyssinia is completely demolished at this point, and well, not completely demolished, but they're in a lot of trouble. And Ajuran has been their steadfast ally and didn't jump in on them when they had the chance. So it makes a bit of sense that they're just helping out Ajuran at this point and going all in on Ottomans.
It looks like Ajuran's going to be the only African regional to walk out of this game, at least without some blood on their bones and all.
Yes, exactly. Alright, so, I don't know what to say with this. I know that supports aren't valid on coring units, right?
Yeah.
I really wish you could disrupt a core by putting a support on it. I think it would be the funniest thing in the world. But yeah.
That would be incredibly funny. All I will say is we're under time pressure, and we probably do not even need to discuss it.
Yes. All right. So moves into the Indian Ocean. Gulf of Mannar weirdly stays where it is. Tries to get into Ceylon. I would have expected it to go out into Eno and then come this way, but they're probably just going to take this off, given they lost centers that turn. I think. It looks like England is pivoting back against Portugal. Portugal wasn't fighting England there. They support hold Hyderabad as Hyderabad supports Mughals into their centre. So, painful turn for Portugal in that space.
Just a lovely bit of diplomacy from England there, getting everything to flip so that they're the one on top again.
Yes, absolutely.
Right, and yeah, it appears everything is just going downhill for Portugal and India. I doubt they get any support into Maldives at all. I mean, especially considering Crozet Basin just moved into the Indian Ocean, so you're not getting that anytime soon. The only plus side you have is that Netherlands is technically against France right now, so you don't have to worry about them supporting you into Ceylon, or supporting them into Ceylon.
Yes, absolutely correct. Alright, let's go up to Russia here. So we mentioned what's going on over this side. On this side, they do get into Chichiha, and Ching walks into Yakutsk.
It's a give or take. It's a give and take right there. Russia's position is not looking fantastic, but they're continuing to apply the pressure on Qing here and keep forcing them to stay honest. And while they're going tit for tat, it's not the worst outcome that could have happened in the situation.
Yes. Weirdly, Qing gets walked in on by Ming, and this gets traded to Toku. I wonder if this is... No, this isn't agreed, right? Because Ming is also trying to attack Amami with Dutch support. The Toku tries to support Ming into Okinawa this turn, which wouldn't have worked as well. Neither of these work, but they both offer support into the other.
It's a funny little mirror that we have right there. The mirror seems to change the colors, which is a little weird, but it works out.
Oh, Ming. No.
Yeah, I saw that. It's hurting me. Why?
Yeah, so they had the option to take Macau this turn with an Ayutthaya cut on Hainan. They do not. They walk into Guangxi instead. Welp, that's that's unfortunate.
I mean,
it works out. It's unfortunate, is what it is.
At least tactically wise, I can understand, because this is spring moves, so you don't want Macau retreating into Hokkien so that it can maybe get into Nanjing. I can understand you wanting to take it in the fall, but then what are you doing with Fukien Strait? You know, like, I don't know.
Yeah, it makes sense. Okay, so if we look up here, it looks like Tokugawa is getting into Kerix. I didn't see what Chukchi C is doing. It's focused the other way.
No, it does. It does not actually. That support from Itlem into Horyax is actually invalid because those are supports and moves going to different coastlines.
So actually, this is valid. So it's one of the weird quirks in the diplomacy rules is that you support into a province. You don't support to a specific coast. So you do have to specify the coast in the modern rules, which I kind of hate, because it only matters that you're adjacent to the province, not the coast itself. So, assuming this follows diplomacy's normal rules, this is the same as, like, Norway support the Gulf of Bothnia into St. Petersburg, which is a valid move as well. It's something we get a lot of questions about when I was back on the mod team on Weddip. It's like, why did this work? It's not supposed to work. Yes, it is supposed to work. It's a weird quirk.
My mistake then.
But yeah, that's a mistake a lot of people make, and like I didn't know for a very long time as well. So yeah, this should get in, assuming that the adjudicator works correctly. We'll see, I guess.
I'm pretty sure it works correctly because I've seen it adjudicate in Blitz 3 correctly, I believe.
Yeah. GM throwing in the commentator chat here that they were having the exact same question when it came up and they had to adjudicate it. So looks like that they resolved it.
Okay.
And Inuit's going to get the downside of that result and just kind of be forced back, which is really not fun for them.
Yes, and this gets blown up as well, right? No possible retreat options because it's on the west coast. No, painful times. There is interesting stuff happening in the south. Spain pivots. Spain is going anti-Ayutthaya.
Big old parallel lines. I figured we would see something along this line here. Spain is securing in their position here. I would have liked them to push against Ayutthaya and still applied pressure to Netherlands. Like, they could have walked into Monado here and just gotten away with it, but I did not think that they were actively going to let Ayutthaya run away with it. I think they're going to just try and clean up the area, put pressure on Ayutthaya, maybe then put pressure on Netherlands. But again, you should do that now if you're planning to do that. Maybe just keep a diplomatic ally. Who knows? I still think Spain is going to be the benefactor in the region from all of this, though.
Maybe. Like, I don't actually see this working out for Spain, at least this turn, because Hanoi can cover Phan Rang, right? They get the Netherlands into Sambas, but Sambas is then going to retreat, probably to Natuna Sea. They have to cover Kota Batu then with Sulu. So they don't have a lot they can actually do this turn. Luzon isn't even adjacent to anything Ayatollah, so it's a bit of a, like, ineffective stab, but I think it's, like, if they leave this stab too long, they do just die to Ayatollah in the long run, so I can see why they pulled the trigger.
Right, and not to mention, because they supported the Dutch into Sambas, Sambas retreats. Oh wait, no. Okay, I was about to say Sambas retreats into Sarawak and forces Cotabato, but no, because Nuana C is leaving into Riau UC. So
Yes.
we are still going to see some trading of centers happening around here, but sadly nothing in Spain's favor.
Yeah, exactly. I wonder if Netherlands has offered Spain a centre for this, but I don't see where, so this is,
Yeah.
um,
It looks like just a diplomatic move that Netherlands was able to get Spain off of their back for a bit.
yeah, and good play from
Speaking
Netherlands.
of-
They also get 3 on Flores, so they're guaranteed here, right?
Mhm.
As long as Mapuche
We
doesn't.
see the walk forward, walk back happen again. I would have much rather this happened last year when they had the ability to do this last year, but it's happening and they're putting Portugal back in the box.
Yes. Alright. Sorry, Downpour, did you want to say something?
Oh no, I'm good. Yeah, this is definitely very interesting because Portugal did have good odds of bouncing some things, but they just held Flores and Timor, so they are just being crushed right now.
Alright, so let's move on to the fall then. So fall moves, here we go. We'll start where we just were. So down here, and Portugal get entirely eliminated from the region.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Netherlands opts to support Mapuche, and good for Mapuche. Really good to see on their behalf, but
Yes.
we'll have to see if Mapuche then just keeps applying the pressure forward. They have not moved any other units into the region, though, because of the pressure that Spain was putting on them previously, though we can talk about that when we look at that region. So I doubt Mapuche is going to extend much further forward, though it could be something to look out for.
I actually think Netherlands will immediately stab Mapuche now and go for Gulmoregan with Timor C next year and just get into position to take Timor at the same time, move down to Coral C and stuff. Because it just makes sense, right? You've got nothing to
it's
fight
pretty
here.
brutal too. The only downside is that Mapuche is very strong. They have 2 units in South Pacific. Technically that turn, but one of them did leave and another one entered. So I think overall we are. Oh wait,
Yes,
wow.
That is
the second unit bounced in South Atlantic. So yeah,
Yeah.
There's going to be 2 units
SBO
there.
Yeah, SBO2 tried to go to SAO, but got bounced out by France. Is that what the third unfortunate bounce that's happened in SAO now or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
These fleets keep running into each other in the middle of the South Atlantic Ocean, just like we let Plaza course to the middle of the South Atlantic Ocean. Oh god, it's an enemy fleet! Quick, go back!
I think number 4 specifically as well. We get it. You all like the number 4. So
it's fantastic.
All right, back to Oceania though. Important to note that Spain walks into celibacy. So while things might be looking good for Netherlands, they are not great. Spain has pressure on pretty much all of the centers that they can build in. Banjarmassen can walk into Yavasi, and Spain can just eat up all of the Dutch centers. Nom nom nom. And now Dutch is really not looking solidly in a position where they can handle everything.
I've got to assume that Spain thought that they were being bounced out of Cotabato, so they thought this was the only forward move they can make, right? So it's possible they'll just try and support this to Sulu now, but we'll see. It is fully possible they turn around if Netherlands doesn't get to build something behind them. And they push forward into Bay of Tonkin. Netherlands loses Formosa to the Ming unit, which instead of Ming getting one of these provinces again. they decide to go and do something else. So they are, Portugal is still totally fine in these two centres somehow, despite having them been under siege forever.
Did the Dutch also lose Okinawa? Does this mean that the Dutch are completely out of East Asia now?
I don't know, because, like, this arrow... No, okay, so the Dutch tried to support Ming into Amami, right? And cook
Toku actually...
And Toku's support held the Dutch. Yeah. So...
Oh, what? No. What? Oh my god.
So Ming chose the wrong option here. They could have gained Amami if they'd gone this way.
Wow. Okay.
Diplomacy.
Yeah, no kidding.
Oh my god.
Toku...
You lost Ito? Oh no!
You lose Ito to Spain!
Good old Spain, just YOLO fleets into random places. This is the second time I've seen this in as many games, which is just amusing.
Oh my god.
Toku also walks into Pyongyang for what it's worth, so like they're not losing completely. So, but
and they
that's
have
great.
Pyongyang, so they are still going positive, I believe, and actually they're going even more than that because if you look up into that region, I believe they're going +3 here despite losing Edo, which was their former capital, but now they moved it to Kyoto. So.
I think it's +2 total, because this gets cut from evens, right? So they don't actually get into Chukchis.
Oh,
but
yeah.
They
don't get into
2, 3, and lose 1. So still a really good turn from them. Nice one, Tokyo.
But it's the same thing's going to happen that happens to every Toku who just leaves the home centers a little undefended for too long of a period. That one singular Spanish fleet, it's just going to completely wreck all of your build plans, because now all of your builds need to go to securing the home centers and not advancing any of that pressure that you just put on.
Yes. Alright, so Inuit having a bit of a rough time here. They get kicked out of evens, but they do still have Chukchis. That's the one thing that's left for them. Qing manages to get Yakutsk, trades it for Chichiha with Russia. Russia manages to keep Ikuri, despite walking out of it.
They walk out of it, but they keep it, so... Yeah. Oh, no, they don't, because Karakorum gets tapped.
Oh, yeah,
so
yeah.
They don't even walk out.
Got it. And Ming is just advancing back here to this line. It looks like Ming and Qing have been working solidly together for a while here. They miscommunicated here, clearly, but sometimes that happens.
It's a blitz game. It's going to happen a lot. Mughal supports Bamo in the spring, and it looks like immediately regrets it in the fall, and tries to get Ming to walk out of Bamo again. Doesn't happen this time, though.
Yeah. I don't know how it worked the first time, so at least at least they had that one chance.
We see the fall of one of the 3 remaining neutrals here. I wonder if the others will as well. Mughals immediately stabs England, do they? No, this can't be a stab. They would have supported it, surely. And they move out of Delhi. Okay, it's not a stab, that's an arranged bounce. They are just working together to knock Portugal out of the region. I think Mughals might regret doing this unless they get into position to stab England quickly, because England is going to have a lot of armies just here, and once Portugal is out, those armies are going to push upwards.
Exactly, and I think I did get some hints to that earlier, because the Mughals did ping me saying, oh no, so I believe there are some bad tactics coming in the future.
Okay.
Well, to be fair, the future is almost now. We are all but caught up.
Can I point out
that's really nice.
France successfully caused Maldives in the middle of a world war?
Yeah, I would be mad at that if the French actually had something to gain in the region, but you shouldn't have Maldives in the first place, and if no one's going to try and fight to take it back from you, I guess. You're there.
It's
You
honestly
shouldn't be
just
there, but you're
impressive.
there.
Like, how on earth did they manage to not get tapped at all, being next to an Indian Ocean and in the middle of everyone fighting? Fantastic.
And speaking of which, Inno5 supported Sumatra. France supported Sumatra, which is the Dutch, despite being attacking each other literally everywhere else. Like, the Dutch just took Cayenne here. France is attacking the Netherlands in Europe. Just what's going on between them? It's such a back and forth, and it's crazy.
It's a weird one. I guess maybe France likes Damien and dislikes King of Prussia.
Yeah.
Alright, so I guess this wasn't agreed, given Safavid's attempt to retake Uzgen this turn. They do not manage it. But they are... what on earth is going on?
Ooh, but it looks like the Ottomans one could have potentially been agreed. Maybe. Because now Safavid is supporting them into Krakow.
But they also move this unit back to Derbent, so they don't trust them clearly, and they take Baghdad. I don't know. Maybe it was an agreed trade. I don't understand it. Oh, and Safavid's walks. Is that into Keshem or into Rustak that they're going there?
It looks like Keshem.
Bring up the results phase real quick and check. 1644 full retreats here. No, they move into Rustak. That is a successful snipe.
Nice.
Pop off.
Yeah. Alright.
It works out in their favor, I suppose. Safavid's continuing to go up. They even tap an Ajuran center here in Makra.
Yeah.
Can I also say how good the Safavids are to somehow convince Portugal that they are convoying Bandar Abbas into Kaladi?
That is wild. Yes, that's wow.
Oh, I wonder whether that was the purpose.
How? What?
I wonder whether that was the purpose of all the moves against Ottomans here, is just to convince Portugal that they're attacking Ottomans when actually it's an agreed swap here, and then they use that advantage to take Riyadh and Rustak at the same time, right?
Yeah, probably. Wow.
Certainly seems like it could be what's happened.
Abyssinia gets into Cairo.
Yes!
Okay, this makes me think that no, it wasn't agreed. But yeah, well done, Abyssinia.
This is amazing. They are the underdogs here, and they deserve everything.
Aye.
Do they get into Mekele as well? They do. They're back in Mekele.
Those support arrows are misaligned, but I assume they're supposed to be for the fleet, and that does succeed then.
Oh my god.
Oh, and Ottomans don't actually get into Riyadh because they get Sonar cut. So, yeesh.
Dang. Rolling out for the Ottomans, I guess.
Yeah. Painful turn for Ottomans.
Hey, good news though. They got Agadez.
Oh,
good news.
Yes.
There's the other
Finally.
falling.
Finally.
Well, one of the other two. We will see the last one. I mean, the last one has to fall right here.
Yeah, France was already in there, so.
Yeah. So all of our neutral player is the first player eliminated. Alright.
Okay. Also quite funny, Poland in the Thunderdome made the correct prediction. Wow. Portugal and France bounced in St. Louis. So, wow. Okay.
It works out for them. The end result is nothing happens, but it works out for them.
Yep.
Well, they get into Nadakaru, so that's nice.
Yeah, and they try and support England into Nyani, but Portugal counters that. England tries to go in... Wait, France tries to support England into Timbuktu, which would have worked, but England doesn't take it.
It would have worked even if the support was not offered, so this is weird.
And now Ottomans, if they get a build, I don't know if they do get a build actually, given what else is happening, but they could put an army in Timbuktu if they wanted to. I don't know whether you do.
Wait, let me just remind everyone. The St. Louis army that was French moved to Olada and has since then never moved out, even when there has been multiple near free SCs, and instead has just been supporting what I believe this Mali unit the entire time. It has done nothing else this game. What? Dude, just really go for something.
That's Blitz for you, baby.
Yeah, I mean, as France, it's tough to care that much about this colony, especially given you've lost your build center here. But yeah, so I guess they're just using it as a diplomatic tool, right?
Yeah, it's the Thunderdome. Something is bound to happen. If you just grab 2 SCs, who knows? Someone may support you into the third one despite you never being able to build. It's the Thunderdome. Who knows what'll happen?
Yeah.
It just works.
So if we look down here, Portugal is taking 2 centers here. Congo does try and get back into Mpemba, but doesn't support that. So they just cut this and make sure that Pango doesn't fall, I guess. I think Congo wasn't throwing here. I think they were just like, Portugal, please pivot. I'm not going to put anything against you. Portugal comes back in and attacks them, right? And then Portugal tries to help Ajuran coming in. So the gamble that Congo took did not work at all. But they do manage to take Fernando Po Benin. So they go +2 here, -3, so -1 overall. Which isn't terrible, especially considering the situation.
I can't wait to look at this position in the next map or the next 2 maps and just see the candy cane that is going on here. Because we have Congo, purple, in Benin and Fernand Po. Niri, Liango, and Mandara are going to be orange. And then we get into purple again. And then it's like mixed between Ajuran's blue and Portugal's green. Not to mention that Luanda, all the way down southern Congo, is also orange. So this is just going to be probably one of the most colorful sections of the map, next to the Thunderdome.
I do want to mention here, we've been seeing arranged bounces between Ajuran and Portugal all game here. Suddenly it's not an arranged bounce, suddenly Ajuran gets in. But it looks like they're still working together, so I assume this is just miscommunication. One of them thought they would bounce, the other did not.
Yeah.
Most likely. It was just, they thought they were continuing as they were before, and they were not.
Yes. Alright, let's go up to Europe here. Downpour, do you want to take us through this?
Sure. In Europe, just quickly looking at it, it appears that the Ottoman stab on Austria and vice versa have accomplished nothing. Or I guess in the near future, Austria may be able to grab Spliff, but nothing anytime soon. And Naples, what's going on there? There's 3 supports going on, with 2 move orders. What is this?
Which one are you looking at? Naples? It
Naples.
Looks like Ottomans attempted to support Naples into the Tyrrhenian Sea and then have a Otranto backfill.
Twice, yeah.
But Austria just goes,
and then instead,
I'm going to put Spain into Ionian, which doesn't work, but...
oh, no, it works. Spain gets in, right?
Otranto cuts Naples, I think, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't go through, but... Yeah, so there's a whole lot of nothing at the end of the day there.
Yeah, oh my god, yeah, almost anything was guaranteed here. That's a shame. But whatever. Looking back up into Austria's other positioning, dude, their war with France is raging on. It appears that Savoy gets into Dijon.
Really?
And France gets into... France gets into Strasbourg. What? Marseille did the wrong move. Marseille support held Dijon when it should have moved in. So Savoy gets Dijon, Dijon gets Strasbourg, and then Strasbourg just needs to retreat somewhere. Whoa.
It's an an interesting situation here. I'm not sure who gets the best out of that. I think Austria having a unit behind their lines is probably going to be important, especially if they can slip in and set something like Aquitaine.
Yeah, I think that's the only hope, because I don't see the Dijon unit staying there for too long. But yeah, that's chaos. And yeah, France does manage to get against, though, so everything is going well there. Oh no, what's going on in the Copenhagen-Kiel region? What?
Oh, it's a core! No!
What?
So the core means that the support is rendered invalid, right? Oh, this would have gone in anyway. It's double supported. Okay, so it doesn't matter. But this could have been a horrible blunder.
I'm eating the bagel still. Don't make me mad about frontline cores while the bagel's in my mouth. Come on.
Dude, there's so much going on here.
Oh, hi. Yeah, okay, we've got sportsfuzombie here as well, who is our commentator for the back half, right?
Yes. 6
Yes.
a.m. simply too early.
You are going to be taking over for me, so you need to be the Diplostrats representative.
Excellent. I had the England in my last game during my AAR say I sounded like Ezio, so I've got this.
Perfect. All right. But yeah, so we're gonna finish commentating this phase, and then I'll be headed off. But a few more. We still need to go over the rest of Europe and then America, I think. Sweden also gets into Gdansk here, right? Poland just vacates it. Oh, Poland tries to vacate it, gets bounced out here. Austria gets into Brandenburg.
But the Gulf of Gdansk supports it, so Helsingfors does get into Gdansk because they chose to core Königsberg.
It's right there. Your unit's right.